Hello everyone, good morning to all of you. Good evening, good afternoon to all of you at whatever time zone you are right now. Let's start the commodity analysis. NSE BSE closed था, commodity is open now. Crude oil देखोगे गैप ओपन हुआ है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो. कल मार्केट क्लोज हुआ था, उसके बाद बाइंग कंटिन्यू है. एंड नेचुरल गैस कल बाइंग आई थी, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा अभी गैप अप हल्का सा हुआ है. देन अगेन सेलिंग प्रेशर कंटिन्यू है. न्यूज़ की बात करें, 5:30 अभी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन. 6 पीएम अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स यूएस का आने वाला इम्पैक्ट करेगा डेटा. एंड देन 8 पीएम यूएस मार्केट में नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है. लास्ट टाइम +35 थी, इस बार -49 लास्ट टाइम से कम एक्सपेक्ट है. तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग -49 बुलियन से कम आता है तो इट इज़ बुलिश. तो फोरकास्ट तो बुलिश है. प्राइस के लिए देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है डेटा. मेजर जो न्यूज़ या फिर आप कह सकते हैं इवेंट रहेगा जिसका मार्केट पर इम्पैक्ट देखने के लिए मिलेगा, दैट इज़ व्हाट यूएस रिएक्शन. बिकॉज जैसा हमने कल डिस्कस किया था, ईरान ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया है यूएस का प्रपोजल फॉर सीज फायर. So there is a chances that Pentagon, which is a defense department or a war department of US, they can go for a massive bombardment again if Iran not ready for that ceasefire, or for जो भी उन्होंने points रखे हैं उनको अगर नहीं मानता है तो. So this is the developing news right now, that the Pentagon is developing military option for a final blow in Iran that could include the use of ground forces and a massive bombing campaign. This is according to the US officials and two sources with this knowledge. So that is major news right now which impact the market. ठीक है. So देखते हैं यूएस कब तक ऐसा कुछ करता है. बिकॉज ऐसा कुछ करेगा, ग्राउंड ट्रूप्स ऑन द ग्राउंड मीन्स समझ लो आप, क्रूड ऑयल के लिए हो सकता है थोड़ा सा प्राइस और ऊपर चला जाए. दिस इज अ completely a dramatic military escalation if the diplomatic talks are failed. तो दिस इज द मेजर न्यूज़. बाय द वे, ये फिर से मैं आपको रिपोर्ट बता रहा हूँ, दैट इज ब्रेक बाय एक्सओएस, और इनकी रिपोर्ट काफ़ी एक्यूरेट रहती है. अगर उन्होंने बोला है तो आप मान के चलो कि बहुत बड़ा मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन, फाइनल ब्लो जिसको आप कह सकते हो, वो जल्दी ही यूएस करने वाला है. Interview with XOS officials and sources familiar with the internal discussion describe four major final blow uh, options Trump could choose from. Number one, invading or blockading Kharg Island, Iran's main oil export hub. Second, invading Ladakh, an island that helps Iran solidify its control of the Strait of Hormuz. The strategic outpost hosts Iranian bunkers. But three, seizing the strategic island of Abu Musa and two smaller islands, which lie near the western entrance to the strait and controlled by Iran but also claimed by the UAE. And the fourth is blocking or seizing ships that are exporting Iranian oil on the eastern side of Hormuz side. These are the four major options they are right now exploring. एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं जिनको, जिनमें से मुझे लग रहा है कोई ना कोई एक ऑप्शन चूज कर सकती है यूएस मिलिट्री. Trump hasn't made a decision yet on pursuing any of these scenarios, and White House officials describe any potential ground operation as hypothetical. But sources say he is ready to escalate if talks with Iran don't yield tangible results soon. Trump could first implement his threat to bomb power plant and energy facilities in Iran, for which Tehran has threatened. Let's see क्या होता है finally. We need to see. Trump tells Iran to get serious in negotiations before it's too late. President Trump on Thursday called on the Iranian regime to get serious soon in negotiation with the US before it's too late. Why it matters? Because the Trump administration, through a group of mediators, Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey, has asked Iran to hold a high-level meeting this week to discuss a US proposal for ending the war. कुछ देर पहले बाय द वे ये आई डोंट नो बहुत सारे लोगों को हो सकता है इट लुक्स लाइक ग्लिच बट आप आई होप आप लोगों ने देखा होगा वाइट हाउस का जो इंस्टाग्राम चैनल है एंड ट्विटर अकाउंट है दोनों जगह पर दो वीडियो पोस्ट की गई थी दैट इज लाइक 2 to 3 सेकेंड वीडियो लाइक ऐसा लग रहा था कि अनकट वीडियो है जानबूझ के साथ ना की गई हो एक्सीडेंटली अपलोड कर दी है या फिर हैक हो गया है चैनल बट दोज वीडियोज आर स्टिल देयर उसमें जो पहली वीडियो है वहाँ पर इफ़ यू लुक एट यू कैन सी आई थिंक दैट लेडी इज़ अ वाइट हाउस सेक्रेटरी कैरोनाइट लेविथ तो उनकी ओर से कहा जा रहा है लाइक द अटैक विल लॉन्च सून दैट्स दिस काइंड ऑफ मैसेज देयर डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इज देयर this says it's launching soon, right? That is the exact word of that video. So maybe there is something indication from that video as well. President Donald J. Trump has posted to this truth social media platform that Iranian negotiations are begging for a deal, yet only publicly state they are looking at our proposal. Okay, that video is still in उस दो वीडियो में से एक वीडियो तो शायद डिलीट कर दी उन लोगों ने व्हाइट हाउस ने वन वीडियो इज स्टिल देयर इन देयर इंस्टाग्राम एज वेल एज इन देयर ट्विटर अकाउंट एक वीडियो अभी भी उनके पास अभी भी बनी हुई है ठीक है मे बी दे वांट टू सेंड सम मैसेज ये क्रूड ऑयल ओपन इक्वल टू लो, पहली कैंडल स्टिल देयर, ऑलमोस्ट 4.57% अप है, लगता है अपर सर्किट भी लग सकता है, नीड टू सी। क्रिप्टिक वीडियो यू कैन से राइट नाउ। ये फ्यूचर चाहो तो नेचुरल गैस का नेक्स्ट मंथ का भी यूज़ कर सकते हो, एक्सपायरी आने वाली है, आज एक्सपायर हो जाएगा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, तो हो सकता है कल फिर नया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट यूज़ करना पड़ेगा, नेक्स्ट मंथ का ऑप्शन ऑलरेडी ट्रीट हो रहा है करंटली। क्रूड ऑयल को यहाँ पर कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो है नहीं, प्राइस न्यूज़ के बाद काफ़ी फॉल किया है क्रूड ऑयल का, परसों न्यूज़ आई थी वहाँ से देखोगे हाई से मार्केट फॉल किया अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 16%, नाउ अप अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 7% फ्रॉम द बॉटम। परसेंट ऑलमोस्ट। फाइव थर्टी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन होगा। देखते हैं अब ये ऊपर जाता है क्या वापस रेजिस्टेंस लेने 9000, जहाँ पर न्यूज़ से पहले मार्केट गिरा था। लगता नहीं है न्यूज़ का कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट होगा वापस से। देखोगे तो ऊपर 9600 से 9800 ही मेजर रेजिस्टेंस दिख रहा है। थोड़ा बहुत हो सकता है 9250 के आसपास रुकने की कोशिश करें। नीचे थोड़ा सा फॉरेक्स और एमसीएक्स का चार्ट मैं कल देख रहा था 15 मिनट में, बिल्कुल अलग है। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में मार्केट ऑलरेडी नीचे लेवल पे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट एरिया से गया था, एमसीएक्स में आया नहीं है नीचे अभी भी लेवल पे। तो एक पॉसिबिलिटी डाउन साइड पे वापस सपोर्ट लेने की हो सकती है। ताकि वापस थोड़ा क्रूड ऑयल नीचे आएगा तो देखेंगे 8400 से 8300 के बीच में कहीं। 8300 to 400 will become the present support. ये ऑलमोस्ट अपर सर्किट पर ही है क्रूड ऑयल। 5.38% अब थोड़ा सा ऊपर और गया अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा पहला। कंप्लीट बुलिश लग रहा है न्यूज़ के बाद से। दैट न्यूज़ इज कंप्लीटली बुलिश। 5:30 भी होने वाला है। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन। एक्सपेक्टिंग बिलो अराउंड 8300 अप्रॉक्सीमेटली विल एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट। अच्छा सपोर्ट बन गया, इसके नीचे जाता हुआ नहीं लग रहा है। एक बार आएगा जरूर, यहाँ आना जरूर चाहिए प्राइस को। अब ऊपर के लेवल मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गए हैं। क्या लिक्विडिटी है ऊपर? अभी भी है, लगता तो है अभी भी है, बिल्कुल है। 9600 to 800 is still a good resistance zone. ठीक है, कल से ऑलमोस्ट 600 पॉइंट अप है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन से प्राइस क्रूड ऑयल का, 8300 400 के लेवल से। जब तक अभी नीचे सस्टेन नहीं करता 8200 के नीचे, बेरिस तो नहीं होने वाला। और 8200 300 से 9800 की रेंज प्रॉपर्ली ब्रेकडाउन कहीं कर गया 8200 के नीचे, सस्टेन करता है 15 मिनट पर, तब एक पॉसिबिलिटी फिर और डाउन जाने की। टिल देन इट इज सपोर्ट। लेट्स सी ईरान यूएस की डील को मानता है या फिर नहीं। Okay, 5:30 is there. New York says some open. अपर सर्किट तो नहीं लगा क्रूड ऑयल में, वापस नीचे आ गया लगते लगते अपर सर्किट। ठीक है, ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही डिस्टेंस पे है, देखते हैं पहले अब कहाँ आता है, बीच में तो एंट्री नहीं कर सकते। नेचुरल गैस ऑल्सो करंटली इन फर्स्ट 15 मिनट कैंडल इनसाइड उसके अंदर ही ट्रेड कर रहा है। बिटकॉइन भी कल 70,000 को सस्टेन नहीं कर पाया, वापस 69,000 आ गया। देखते हैं 69,000 के भी नीचे जाता है क्या ये। कि 6 PM होने वाला है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है, इंपॉर्टेंट है यूएस में, ध्यान रखना। लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग, तो डॉलर के लिए तो नेगेटिव है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए पॉजिटिव है एक्सपेक्टेड। लेट्स सी आता कितना है। लास्ट टाइम 205,000 people are filed unemployment claims in USA. This week they are expecting 211K. Okay, unemployment claims data is there. Let's see positive है negative. ओके फ्लैट ही है, ज़्यादा कुछ खास चेंज नहीं हुआ, जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था उससे कम है। तो बुलिश कह सकते हैं डॉलर के लिए, बट इतना ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है, तो इट इज़ काइंड ऑफ अ फ्लैट राइट नाउ। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स नाउ 7 p.m. यूएस मार्केट, 8 बजे यूएस नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री।
Seconds away, crude setting the tone for everything. WTI and Brent. Brent crude 107 and higher by close to 5%. With some jobless claims data, let's get to Mike McKee for more. Morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. A bit of a rise in jobless claims to exactly what was predicted, 210,000 for the week ending last week on March 21st. However, that's still a very low number, so it doesn't really suggest any kind of change, just a little bit of volatility. The continuing claims number, 1,819,000, is down from 1,851,000 2 weeks ago. So not much change on the labor side of the Fed's mandate, and it doesn't appear that companies are reacting yet to anything that's happening over in the Middle East. However, we are seeing, and I wanted to bring this back up, I know you talked to the Secretary General a little while ago of the OECD, the inflation side of the Fed's mandate is starting to show cracks. The OECD predicting 4.2% inflation for the U.S. this year. That may not be completely accurate, since we don't know how long this is all going to go on, but it's something that people should be considering when they're filtering through what the Fed is going to be saying over the next couple of days. And the rest of those countries, here's a point that people are starting to make in the economic circles. The rest of those countries could be in trouble because not only are oil prices going up, but the dollar's going up. And as the dollar goes up, their currencies buy less, and oil's priced in dollars. So it's a double squeeze for the rest of the world, and that could lead to demand destruction that leads to lower growth here.
That's the 1-2 punch. Stateside, Mike, this is what I hear a lot. Let's work through it together. Inflation, ultimately, by the time we get to the end of the year, will be closer to 3 than 2. That will constrain the Fed. But the Fed doesn't have to worry about an inflationary spiral and so-called second-order effects, because we're told, Mike, that this labour market is not as tight as it once was. Then I look at claims at 210 and a 4-week moving average of around the same number. Mike, and I wonder just how tight this labour market is. How tight is it?
We don't think it's all that tight, but the biggest issue is that we have lost a lot of population because of the crackdown on immigration, and that seems to be leading to a situation where employers need fewer workers because the economy is not putting the pressure on them at this point. And so we don't see the unemployment rate rising as you would think it might in this kind of situation. But nobody knows for sure. This is one of those things we'll be looking back on 5 years from now and have a better handle on exactly what's going on. But as I think Jay Powell said in his news conference the other day, the economy's still performing relatively well. There are all these clouds on the horizon, though. That's the big question is, does the OECD's forecast come true? And do we see the rest of the world slow down and the U.S. economy slow down? No sign yet, really.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. It's one of the biggest differences between now and, say, 2022. Back in 22, unemployment was around, what, 3.5%? Now it's closer to 4.5 than it is to 3.5.
And the fiscal impulse was different then, too, with money printing in a much more significant way. That said, this explains why it's so confusing, this moment. Because on one hand, you could say, well, inflation is picking up. And even before the potential oil price shock, you saw that yesterday. Mike was talking about import prices and how much they increased versus expectations. On the other hand, things are still good and actually might have even been improving during the remainder of this year had it not been for what we're seeing in oil.
Claims at 210 is good news. That's good news for this labour market. No other way of talking about it. So that's the labour market. That's how the stage is set. This is how the stage is set for diplomacy right now. The president, heading into the weekend, a self-imposed deadline for talks between the US and Iran. And this line from him this morning: they better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there is no turning back, and it won't be pretty. Anne-Marie's been tracking the story down in D.C. Anne-Marie, how is the stage set going into this one? That self-imposed deadline only 2 days away.
That self-imposed deadline is just days away, Jonathan, and the president is out with another warning to the Iranian regime, another threat that you better get serious when it comes to diplomacy, or it's not going to be pretty for you. At the same time, there's also reporting this morning from Axios that's talking about the Pentagon is preparing these potential options for a, quote, final blow. And the details, if you look at in that story, really go towards the heart of what the United States wants, would be opening up the Strait of Hormuz, potentially getting some assets on the ground in some of these key islands that are in the strait that the Iranians need to control the strait. Also interesting, in the last hour, we heard from Pakistan's foreign minister, and he said that there's unnecessary speculation in the media regarding these talks, and he pretty much crystallized what is happening in terms of the back channel. He said individuals like Pakistan, as well as Egypt and Turkey, are the ones that are acting as intermediaries, and it is through Islamabad that the United States shared that 15 points. So they are acting as this intermediary, but he didn't go on to say anything of the likes that there would actually be talks in person. So really where we are at this moment is a fork in the road. The president needs to decide, does he continue diplomacy after Friday, or potentially could we see another escalation on the ground?
Anne-Marie, Lisa and I have been talking about this all morning. It's not just about the US and Iran. One of the conditions in a report that came out yesterday that Iran is demanding is the sovereign right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. What are the nations across the Gulf saying about what Iran is demanding?
Yeah, that's absolutely dead on arrival for nations across the Gulf, as well as allies in Europe, as well as the Asia Pacific. We have seen Iran already do this. Remember, the strait is open to, as John Lieber said it earlier, family and friends. It's not open to everyone else, which is why you are seeing some vessels go through, but obviously not the normal flow. And what Iran's parliament right now is drafting is basically a new toll. If you want to come through the Strait of Hormuz, which is an international body of water that we have been using for years, companies have been using and countries have been using for years, they're now saying you have to charge a fee. And we have seen some tankers pay this fee, one reportedly $2 million. So that is what Iran is doing. And when they talk about one of these demands, and their 5 points, according to Iranian press TV, was this demand, that is not going to work with this administration or other allies around the world.
Anne-Marie, appreciate the update. I know you've got to run. Anne-Marie down in Washington, D.C., cabinet meeting coming up for the president later on this morning. Let's talk to Innes McPhee of Oxford Economics. He joins us now. Innes, welcome to the programme. Labour market data's OK. The threat of escalation still very much on the horizon. Walk us through how you're tracking the damage, how this is turning up in the data that we've seen so far.
Thanks, John. Well, I think, the first thing to say is that we're going to see this really have an impact on inflation, first of all, flow through to real incomes. On the positive side, we're obviously going to see more output from the oil sector in the US. But really, we're going to start to see that impact on the economy, or that impact on consumer demand, start to bleed through, I would say, really in the second half of the year. Now, elsewhere, outside of the US, in Europe, for example, the impact is going to take a little longer because, of course, gas prices are much more impactful there. That's much more the driving force of the economic impact. And that won't really start to have a big impact on energy prices that firms and households pay until around the winter. So much more of a sort of Q4, Q1 impact for the European economies.
How fragmented is the global economy right now when it comes to growth outlooks in response to this oil price shock? There's a feeling on Wall Street that the United States market is pretty insulated based on its own oil production and its self-sufficiency versus, say, Asian economies in Europe that are much more exposed and have greater downside risk to growth. Do you agree with that? Do you see that kind of shaking out in a significant way?
Absolutely. Just from a high-level perspective, what we're really seeing is a lot of the cracks starting to develop in the global economy. A lot of the typical sort of vulnerabilities that you might expect to be corrected through a recession or some sort of economic downturn. So we look around the global economy. Obviously, you've got the US, which at a household level is very divided in terms of economic prospects. This shock will only serve to reinforce that. We all know that around 4% of the bottom half of consumers in the US have 4% of their disposable income is spent on gasoline prices. That's offset to some extent for the US by being a net energy exporter. For Europe, it's much more of a gas story, and some of that liquefied natural gas, and that being a large input in terms of the energy mix there and what firms pay in terms of energy costs and their structural competitiveness versus the US and others. Even for Asia, this is going to be a significant shock, I think, as well. Just remember that, Qatar and region is a major producer of helium and other gases that are quite critical in the production of semiconductors. And so you're looking at supply chain issues all around the world that are going to have differential impacts. And this is going to be quite a nuanced shock that's going to play out over the following quarters.
Ines, how much conviction do you have around any kind of forward-looking projection right now? We're talking about, we have no idea how long this goes on, but an increasing number of people say once you've reached a certain point, the risks become significantly greater. It is nonlinear. What is that point for you as you look out and assess the landscape?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Look, there's a huge amount of uncertainty. It ultimately comes down to the duration of the shock, how long we see supply down from the Strait of Hormuz. That will determine the energy price shock and therefore the hit to real incomes and the impact on businesses. In terms of the non-linearity, I tend to think about it and putting the question in a slightly easier way in terms of what's the oil price that really starts to have a major impact on the economy, and what's that point at which you start to get those non-linearities. We think that's around $150 a barrel. If you see that sustained for some period of time, that's when you start to see a really significant hit on the global economy, and then potentially a lot of the second round impacts through wealth effects, through asset prices and so on, that might well then mean that you're moving towards more of a recessionary scenario than simply a significant hit to growth.
Ines, we're often in different financial capitals. Can you draw on your experience in conversations with clients over the past few days? Is there a difference between how they're approaching this in, say, New York and what they're telling you over in London?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I was in New York a couple of weeks ago, and I think really the focus there was actually on AI, believe it or not, and really the longer term structural impacts that might have on business models. Whereas in London, over the past week, clients have really been focused on Iran, the impacts of energy, the impacts that would have on demand, on firms' hiring practices, and on the labour market. So I think, over the last couple of weeks, anyway, in my small sample, there's actually been quite a different focus either sides of the Atlantic.
Ines, it's good to see you. Thanks for making time for us. Ines McPhee there of Oxford Economics. We've experienced a similar thing.
Yeah, look for the edge you've got, right? I mean, essentially people in New York are saying, we have no way of analyzing this, and typically you buy the dip, so just ignore it for now and focus on what you can, which is AI and private credit, and that's what we're going to focus on. And frankly, it has been completely not on the agenda to talk about the war. Is it complacency, or are they right? We shall see.
The longest first quarter ever continues. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Recapping that data we just received, jobless claims coming in exactly in line with estimates at 210,000 for last week. The 4-week moving average now sitting at 210,500. Continuing claims ticking down by 8,000, coming in at 1.82 million. A private credit fund managed by Ares saw its steepest monthly loss on record in February. It's the latest domino to fall in a broader sell-off across public debt markets, which Ares uses to assign prices to its assets. The firm recently capping withdrawals at 5% of the fund's net assets. And in sports, the New York Yankees defeating the San Francisco Giants 7-0 last night to kick off the 2026 MLB season. The rest of the majors will open today with the Mets hosting reigning National League Cy Young winner Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's your Bloomberg Brief, John.
We've had a Greenland crisis, Yahara, thank you. We've had a Venezuela crisis, had a private credit crisis, had an AI disruption crisis, had a crisis in the Middle East, all in the first quarter of the year.
I'm having a crisis. That's how I feel about this, and I think everyone does. It feels like people are becoming benumbed a little bit in New York. It's just enough crises already.
Right. It continues. Up next on the programme, Sarah Malik of Nuveen. Still expecting 1 to 2 rate cuts this year, plus Danny drops by. She's got some morning movers for you. Energy stocks up on the president's latest warning to Iran.
Breaking news on this Saturday morning.
There's really only one story, and that is Iran.
Balance of Power has all the angles covered.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
An entire region pulled into this conflict.
Talking to you from the bomb shelters.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
Iran remains a viable threat.
And the analysis you need.
There was no imminent threat.
There's never a good time, but there are better times.
Netanyahu is my opponent. However, on this issue, we stand together.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The markets, the debt, the credit market, the treasury market, the stock market is pricing in that this won't last very long. You start to see today, it's starting to realize maybe it'll last longer, and we don't know. And so I think the Fed is wise to be a risk manager here and not a prognosticator.
If in doubt, do nothing. That's the message coming from the Fed right now and from the Dallas Fed president, the former one, Robert Kaplan, now with Goldman Sachs, joining us a little bit earlier on the programme. Equity futures right now in the S&P, very close to session lows going into the cash open. We're down by, let's call it 0.9%, down 1% on the Nasdaq 100 with some single names and morning movers. Danny has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. With the price of oil nearly up 5% this morning, worth checking on the oil majors that are doing better, but not huge gains. They have been gaining for most weeks since the war broke out. We're around 1% higher for the oil majors, Exxon, Chevron, ConocoPhillips. That one's doing the best, above 1%. Elsewhere, it's also the memory chip stocks that have been under pressure both yesterday and today. Google comes out with a new compressor that they say reduces the need for memory. But a lot of the analysts point out that this really isn't that big of a difference. Link's equity analyst saying, whatever. It's only going to make a tiny difference for need for memory. But these stocks have had a huge run up, so not surprising to see some of the air come out. SanDisk down 3.6%, Micron down nearly 3%. Finally, some earnings from Miller Knoll. They make high-end office furniture. This one was really telling of the time. So they miss estimates. Essentially, they say, look, we're dealing with higher tariff costs, but that's fine. We've already taken measures to mitigate that. That we can deal with. The issue is the war in the Middle East. They're taking an $8 to $9 million charge because they're getting less shipments and logistic costs are now higher for them. So those shares off 20.5% in the pre-market, John.
Danny, thank you. Looking forward to the show alongside Matt Miller going into the opening bound. That kicks off in about 10 minutes' time. Let's talk about the Federal Reserve. BlackRock's Rick Reeder doubling down on his view. The Fed should start cutting rates once again.
I think the Fed needs to cut interest rates. Now, we have an energy shock and an inflation shock, so you're a bit more patient around it. I think you need to get there because I think the interest rate channel is very different than it used to be. Small businesses, young people, low income are really getting hurt by this interest rate.
Sarah Malik of Nuveen writing the following. The next phase of the Fed may focus more on productivity, not just inflation. Expect 1 to 2 rate cuts in late 26 with the risk of a delay into 2027. Sarah joins us now for more. Sarah, welcome to the programme. You call this a shock, not a structural inflation cycle. What's the difference between the two?
Well, we're definitely in a period of uncertainty here. So the difference between a shock and structural inflation is going to have to do with the length of this war. Typically, about 3 weeks past the beginning of a war is where you get to peak uncertainty and the market bottoms. We are about there now, but if this war continues to ramp up, that's where the risk will increase from shock to structural inflation. If you look at oil prices, if they increase by $10, that's about a 10 basis point drag to U.S. GDP and a 40 basis point increase to inflation. So that what we don't want to see is oil prices get to about $125 and stay there for an extended period of time, because that's going to bring back and increase the risk of stagflation, which will be a period of higher inflation and, of course, lower employment. And we saw that with last month's payrolls, which came in at minus 92,000. So that's the risk going forward. I don't think we're there yet. I think rate cuts can be still on the table for later this year.
Well, let's attack the stagflation. This is important. We live in a nominal world. If inflation rises and nominal growth is good, earnings should be OK. Sarah, what's the outlook for earnings and how insulated is that revenue stream for some of these big companies in America?
Second quarter earnings outlook, which will start in a few weeks, those earnings still look strong, up low teens year over year. I think we can get to that level. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty around that. Remember, those earnings are going to be, partially before the war started. So that's going to be a bit backward looking. What we're going to be focusing on is what are companies saying about whether they'll pull back because of the risks of higher inflation and uncertainty around the war. The good news for the U.S. markets was that we came into the markets with strong earnings growth and a fairly strong growing economy. But the bad news is that we also came into this year with markets at a premium after multiple years of a positive run. What we have seen, though, is the market has been volatile during this period, but not a tremendous amount of downside yet because of this war, as a lot of buyers have been stepping in. We've seen that from retail buyers, foreign buyers, and target date strategies. So we're in a buy the dip environment in the U.S. The question is, though, if this war continues to ramp up week after week, I think eventually we're going to see some form of capitulation for the markets.
Sarah, do you think that there is complacency right now when you talk about the risk markets that have been well bid and people have been buying in? Or do you have more comfort right now in the bond space where people seem a lot more concerned?
I think the bond market is telling us more of a signal than the equity markets. We've dealt with a lot of uncertainty year to date. You all were just talking about it between this war, Venezuela, what's going with AI, what's going on with private credit. There's a lot to be concerned about. I am a little surprised that equities are sort of just, walking right by it. People are still coming in to buy. That's a sign of a lot of cash on the sidelines that wants to get into these markets and rely on that earnings growth. I don't think today is the day where I'd be stepping in to buy equities. I would wait to see, are we going to get more clarity around a ceasefire for this war? Because markets day to day are going to trade on whether we think we're getting a ceasefire in the near term or we're not. Today, of course, we do not see a ceasefire coming anytime soon.
Sarah, what is the signal right now from bond markets? Is it worries about an inflationary spiral? Is it worries about some sort of fiscal impulse needed to respond to some sort of cost of living crisis? Or is this just buyers stepping back from around the world as they look to pad their own consumers' balance sheets?
Well, bond markets are worried about are two things. One is that inflation is going to spike and it's going to be more structural. And secondarily, that'll lead to the Fed having an inability to cut rates, and because we'll end up in the stagflationary environment where the Fed's hands are tied. But that is not my base case scenario. I do think that we will get to a period where this war either causes the economy to slow enough where the Fed needs to cut rates to support the economy and consumers, or they look, and even if we have an extended bump to inflation, we realize it was oil price driven. Once we're past this war, oil should settle back into the $70 to $80 range. The Fed can look at that and say, okay, we'll get past this period of inflation like we did during the COVID pandemic. We can put a rate cut in near the end of this year, another one in early 2027, and go from there.
Sarah, it's good to see you. It's always great to touch base. Sarah Malik there of Nuveen, breaking down this market. This is how the stage is set heading into the weekend of this Southern Post deadline. We're in the talks phase. It's always a tricky moment. You've got both sides trying to anchor to the extreme and build leverage as we go on. And this can break either way. And that's what's difficult for financial market participants, just knowing that you're facing substantial two-way risk, something we keep talking about as we inch closer and closer to that deadline.
Yeah, and all sides are trying to use the market to get more leverage. I mean, that's the other aspect of this that also is giving people some agita. This idea that not only do oil prices move in response to an actual escalation, but Iran wants oil prices to go higher, and the rest of the world is looking for lower energy prices to stave off an economic crisis. Who's going to win? It is a very uncomfortable position.
It's going to be quite a morning tomorrow morning as we count you down, literally counting down the hours to the end of that deadline. The president, of course, with great discretion to push it back even further and say the talks are continuing. We'll keep monitoring the latest headlines for you. Tomorrow, we'll catch up with Russ Kostrick of BlackRock, Joe Davis of Vanguard, Michael Gapin of Morgan Stanley, Mona Mahajan of Edward Jones, as we count you down to a pretty big weekend, potentially, for the war between Iran and the United States. Your equity market near session lows. We're down about 1% on the S&P 500. Bond yields are higher, and crude keeps on gaining, up by around 5%. WTI, $94. Brent crude, $107. From New York City this morning, good morning. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Day 9 at the Miami Open. Aryna Sabalenka remains on course to successfully defend her title after she took care of business against Hailey Baptiste to reach the semi-finals. She'll face Elena Rybakina for a place in the championship match after the Aussie Open winner clinched her 5th consecutive win over American Jessica Pegula.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The world's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders.
Bloomberg has learned that there are discussions around a potential all-cash offer for Warner's studio and streaming businesses.
For the past few years, we hadn't really seen any deals above $30 billion. And now we're seeing, Warner Brothers, $80 billion, the big railroad deal. And what we're hearing from sources is that next year we're going to see more of the same. It's just going to be the mega deal.
I would expect next year will be an even better year for M&A and IPOs.
That's just kind of what we do at Serena Ventures, is just kind of learn how we can fill in different gaps in different areas that are being missed. And by the way, these gaps tend to be really, really massive.
I know you've been very bullish on the return of M&A. Do you expect more deals, if they are of this size, to have the same sort of structure and contours?
I think we're going to see the return of large transactions, and I think they're going to avail themselves of both private credit options and public options.
There's a lot of merger talk. There's a lot of firepower.
Investors wanted to know at what price would this deal be, and now they answered that question at $70 a share.
So congratulations to Bloomberg's Deals team for getting it first.
I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
We have 2 crises, 2 essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked, and we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. When I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
It's Thursday. Stocks moving lower, 30 minutes until the start of cash equity trading. I'm Danny Berger. Matt Miller is off the rest of the week. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now. Coming up, President Trump urges Iran to get serious soon, while Washington and Tehran send mixed signals on ceasefire talks. Lloyd Blankfein warns of a fire risk in private assets, saying a single spark could trigger a broader and sudden markdown. And on Wall Street, bonuses hit a record thanks to a surge in trading revenue and a rebound in M&A. All right, 30 minutes ago until the start of cash trading, let me show you what some of these stocks are doing pre-market. Jefferies, off the worst of its losses, now just down 0.7%. Missed Wall Street estimates. It had some losses on its credit bets, including MFS and First Brands. And then the memory chip stocks, they're down yet again. We talked about this yesterday. Google had announced a technology that powers AI that apparently can compress the amount of memory needed. But how big of a difference will it really make? Either way, these stocks have had a huge run up, so they are falling at least 2.8% this morning. Let's go back to our top story, though. As Iran continues to reject President Trump's push for talks, Axios reports that the Pentagon is preparing options for a final blow, including ground forces and a massive bombing campaign. President Trump posting on Truth Social this morning that Iran should get serious soon, before it's too late. Joining us now is Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Weapons Analyst and retired Army Colonel. Wayne, it feels, again, like deja vu that we're escalating going into the weekend.
Yeah, I pretty much think that he saves these things normally for Thursdays and Fridays. I think part of it's tied into the end of his suspense deadline for the Iran 15-point plan that has been submitted, and the arrival of the USS Tripoli that's expected to happen over the weekend.
So then what do we know of talks? If the president is sending troops, if he's telling Iran to get serious quickly, do we understand what talks, back channel or otherwise, might be ongoing at the same time?
I think everything that he does right now is to try and provide as much leverage as he can going into talks, right? You've seen that from when he parks aircraft carriers in specific areas, submarines, you name it, around the world, and this is what he does. This is obviously a much larger escalation with that, with the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit and the 82nd Airborne being on their way. But I mean, those talks, the real question is who it's going to, right? And I think that's one of the biggest pieces that we're looking at is, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He's the one who denies having any talks, but then says that Iran is reviewing the ceasefire plan. Almost all other media, most all other messaging has come from state-sponsored Iranian media. It's not coming from some specific center of gravity supreme leader that can provide that overarching, message for the country itself. So it makes it difficult in this time.
Then what do you make of this Axios story, Wayne, that the president might be attempting to end it in a way that would include one last and large final show of force?
Yeah, I still, when I talk about the amount of risk that comes with putting boots on the ground, I still stick with that. Putting boots on the ground is one of the things that could at least put at risk some of President Trump's legacy, because at that point in time, you're allowing people to start looking back to 2003 Operation Iraqi Freedom. And nobody wants to have that long protracted war. So I think that's a fear that has to be addressed politically. But I do think that some level of decisive escalation option sets could potentially be there. Massive last phase strike campaigns, large scale coordinated air campaign to hit remaining targets of missile stockpiles, launchers. Think about like a 30 or 40% uptick, similar to maybe something that happened earlier on in the first 6 days of the conflict. But really, or even violent destruction of Natanz and Fordo. I think I've actually talked with you about this before as well, is, if it's really about uranium enrichment, that those are the areas where that is actually taking place. And if that is something where, okay, we've already done it with Operation Midnight Hammer when that took place, but now if it was a true just blanketing of those areas to reach those areas deep within the mountain that we did not hit last time.
Wayne, thank you so much for joining this morning. That's retired Army Colonel Wayne Sanders of Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's shift gears now to tech news. Shares of computer memory, as I pointed out earlier, in storage makers, they're slumping. Google said yesterday its new turbo quant technology can limit the amount of memory required to run large language models by a factor of 6. Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde joins us for more. Caroline, I feel like everything I've been reading has kind of been pouring cold water on this, saying like it doesn't make that much of a difference, but still for a second day running, these stocks are taking a hit.
Can I take a wild bet you maybe heard Jevons paradox a couple of times?
I have
again?
Indeed heard that.
It's like DeepSeek all over you. Citigroup, JP Morgan saying, look, if you can do more with less, we just do more. It just means we're going to use these models even more. It just means that the amount of AI accelerators will continue to expand, and actually SK Hynix, Samsung, Micron will continue to see significant demand for their chips. The bottleneck has been the anxiety, and maybe we get a bit of profit taking. So I do think that's notable. Also, when you say it's new, look, Google's been publicizing what TurboQuant can do this week on X. It was actually last year that they first publicized about it. So you've been in the know, and if you've been really in the weeds on these stocks, then you perhaps would have understood the fact that we could do 6 times as much with certain memory going forward. But look, a lot of retail names, a lot of others have got into what have been ultimately momentum trades. I mean, Micron's up 300% last year. You've got some of these Asian names up 700%. No wonder there's a bit of maybe a bit of profit taking.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much of this is just about these things have run up massively? The amount of times that I've talked about Jevons paradox in the past year that I never thought I would. So elsewhere, I mean, Google related, Meta and Google found liable in this social media addiction case. The amount that they're paying, I mean, it's peanuts for them, right? Meta must pay $4.2 million. Google owes $1.8 million. I mean, that's truly nothing for them. So are there wider implications? Could this be more damaging for them down the road?
Could it be a tobacco-like moment is what people are trying to worry about. Look, the stock market would say no, and actually you saw the shares trade a little bit higher yesterday, even after the findings. But this is going to be knock after knock, headline after headline. Are these companies now going to take each and every case as it comes? A wall of thousands of claims are going to come from individuals, from schools, from states. And yes, as Matthew Schettenheld, who works for us over at Bloomberg Law, has said, and time again, this is probably the best they had in terms of resiliency of court case. So Kaylee GM, this is a 20-year-old woman in LA, has managed to persuade 10 jurors out of 12 that, yes, her own mental health crisis was down to an addiction of platforms, of social media platforms. Not the content she was served, but the way in which it was served. TikTok, Snap, they settled already before it went to trial. Google, Meta took it head on, and they have lost. But now the question is, do they all band together? Do they try and settle it all in one go? Or do they take just the headline risk of being associated with social media addiction time and time again? Look, Google has come out fighting, to talk of that name, saying they're going to appeal and stop making them out to be a social media company even in itself. They think YouTube is a streaming company. But Meta with Instagram says they're still looking at their legal options more broadly, looking to appeal. But this is the question. Academics and many out there are wondering, do we start to see this moment of contention where Bloomberg has its own documentary where it's about Can't Look Away, about how many parents have come forward, how Australia's banned it for 16s and under, how Asia is doing the same, Europe's considering it, the state of California might stop the young using social media. What does it mean for the business model? What does it mean for advertising?
And you just spent the past 2 days down in Washington, D.C. talking to tech leaders. I know a lot of it was about defense tech in this moment in Iran, but I'm wondering what the sense is among regulators, among Washington, D.C., if there is some pushback beyond just the court cases that these big tech giants might find themselves in.
It's the one thing that maybe Congress can rally around at the moment. And in bipartisan nature, you've got a Democrat and at the moment you've got Republican coming together. They've had policy on the docket. They've been looking to get people to rally behind this since 2022. But of course, lobbying helps, changing of those in the administration, changing of the way in which big tech is considered by this particular administration. But we are starting to see a reprisal of certain bills being put forward that could start to restrain the use of social media for the young, bring out some warnings, because this is ultimately what it came down to. There was negligence argued in the development, in the organization and the operation of their platforms, but also in lack of warnings. Now, these companies have put out warnings. They have changed many things about their business model. They could be forced to do more.
Caroline, thanks so much for joining. Looking forward to Bloomberg Tech at 11 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde. And by the way, our own original investigation, Can't Look Away, the case against social media. It is available and watchable on all of your favorite Bloomberg platforms. Elsewhere, Jefferies shares, they're slightly down this morning, only down 1/3%. They posted a first quarter result that missed estimates. It reported a record 54% surge in investment banking revenue, but also was overshadowed by losses on credit bets. Let's bring in Bloomberg finance reporter Catherine Doherty. And Catherine, we talked to you about these results before. It's something that you had been warning about. Just how big of an overshadow did the credit losses, did MFS, First Brands, what kind of mar was that on Jefferies?
That's right. So those two names that you're just mentioning, only a $17 million write-down, which in the grand scheme of things is not dragging down the entire operation that for the first quarter, posted some of their best numbers in equity trading and the core investment banking, especially pointing to strength in advisory and underwriting. But outside of that, these credit headlines that we've been posting and following, the company has been very public about their potential exposure. This write-down is what they're actually it's what's going and hitting their top line numbers. And then they also had some unrelated outside of credit. There was a $36 million write down tied to a sale of a telecom company that is just unwinding from something that they had already, again, publicly said that they were going to, but I think that was the unexpected number and clearly a much higher number than the 17 million write down from the credit bets. So there's a lot of noise that is going on here, and that's what really analysts are pointing out, is that overall the strength in investment banking and in equity trading particularly is being overshadowed by these write-downs.
And everyone seems to be nervy, jumpy, whatever you want to say about credit anyway, so maybe that doesn't help. Catherine, you and the team have also been reporting on what a great year last year was, and that's maybe no surprise, translated into very good bonuses for Wall Street.
That's right. Yes, it was a record year, 2025. And what does that mean for not just the industry, but for the city of New York? This is a city that is benefiting from the rise in bonus pools, in just overall salaries, which posted their strongest performance last year. And that's despite the tensions that already were bubbling up and have continued this year. Clearly, I think the most noteworthy takeaway from this report, this is a report that comes from DiNapoli each year. He's pointing to more skepticism ahead. He says, however, we are seeing slower job growth and geopolitical conflicts, which have global repercussions that pose extraordinary risks for short and long-term outlook on the financial sector and for broader economic markets. So it's an interesting dichotomy here. You have, on the one hand, ending 2025 on such a high note, but he's pointing to a lot of skepticism of what's ahead. And bankers ultimately entered 2026 with a windfall. They had their best trading year, and M&A was a rebound that had been long projected and finally started to come through. The big question mark when we start hearing from the banks in April, and when they're going to be reporting their numbers following Jefferies, is does that momentum continue? We expect trading to continue because of how high volatility and volumes have been, especially with equity trading. But M&A is the big question mark. The start of the year started up pretty strong, but now with a lot of the uncertainty and the war breaking out a few weeks ago, we could start to see some pullback from that. And what that does to the overall numbers remains to be seen.
As Paul Taubman said on Bloomberg Deals, maybe it's time to put away the pom-poms. Catherine, thank you very much for joining. Bloomberg finance reporter Catherine Doherty. And by the way, she mentioned the New York comptroller Tom DiNapoli. He's going to be on the close, 4 p.m. New York time. A quick check on your markets this morning. 15 minutes or so until your trading day. Stocks are down this morning. It's all being led by the price of oil. Fears of escalation as Trump says that Iran better get serious soon before it's too late. We still are on track, though, for a weekly gain. It would be our first weekly gain since the war broke out. 10-year yields, those are higher by 3.5 basis points, 436.79. Coming up on the show, a private credit fund managed by Ares posts a monthly loss in February. We're going to discuss the latest private credit concerns. That's up next here on Open Interest.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
ओके गाइस, यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है। देखो मुझे यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड लग रही है क्रूड ऑयल में। रेंज थोड़ी सी बड़ी है, मुझे लगता नहीं है वापस 8200 आएगा, बहुत दूर का लेवल है वो तो ऑलरेडी। इट इज़ लुक्स बुलिश, मुझे तो ऊपर ही जाता हुआ लग रहा है प्राइस। तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग बाइंग फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर जोन। इस जोन में कहीं से भी बाइंग आ सकती है, कोई फिक्स नहीं है कि कहाँ पर से आएगी। मोस्टली तो यहीं से निकल जाना चाहिए इसको 8770, बट मुझे लग रहा है डीप थोड़ा सा लिक्विडिटी लेने जा सकता है। One p.m. US market is just going to open. 10 minutes left approximately. भाई मुझे लगता है अगर ये अपसाइड गया ना इस बार ये, तो ये लेवल शायद होल्ड ना करे अब, मार्केट एक बार वापस ऑल टाइम हाई की ओर चला जाए, बिकॉज ये ऊपर की मार्केट की लिक्विडिटी भी देखोगे बहुत डीप लेवल से टेस्ट करके गया है मार्केट। हाँ, कंसोलिडेशन जरूर बनता है, थोड़ा सा प्राइस एक्शन देखोगे अपर साइड की ओर शिफ्ट हो रहा है, लोअर एंड से ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट लेके गया है 23 मार्च को, कल भी सपोर्ट के आसपास आके चला गया था वापस। Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, we will continue to strike with force at the target of Iranian terrorist regime. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, if the war stops but the Iran remains a threat, we could face crude oil above $100, even near $150 for years. अगर ऐसा होता है फिर तो this statement by the BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. If the war stops but Iran remains a threat, we could face crude oil above 100, even near $150. अगर ऐसा हुआ in case, this is a very big blow to the global economy. And in that case, we can expect more sell-off in the equity market as well as in crude oil and sorry, not crude oil, but gold and silver. They face the heavy pressure if crude oil, US crude oil, sustain above $100. अगर कई सालों तक ऐसा रहा तो. So ultimately they want to say complete regime change in Iran is the only option.
If there's a cessation of war, and yet Iran remains a threat to trade, a threat to the Straits of Hormuz, then I would argue that we could have years of, above $100, closer to $150 oil.
What happens to the global economy if that happens? How do we see it?
We'll have global recession.
We have a global recession in that case. What a statement. US market just open 2 मिनट में ओपन होने वाला है. Okay, 1 minute left. US market just open in 1 minute. इंडेक्स वापस 99.50 के आसपास आ गया. गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर अगेन आज फिर से बेरिश है थोड़ा बहुत. सिल्वर तो वापस 68 पहुंच गया. परसों 62 से रिटर्न किया था, 74 75 तक गया, वापस 62 68 के आसपास ट्रेड कर रहा है. इसका भी प्राइस एक्शन बड़ा अच्छा है.
On Bloomberg.
We are about to kick off trading on this Thursday. You're watching Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Danny Berger. Matt Miller has left me on my own this morning. S&P futures, NASDAQ futures, all of those are lower. Concerns that it's a deja vu. We're heading into the weekend. Not yet. We do have 2 trading days to go. But with escalation threats coming from the president saying Iran needs to get serious, an Axios report about sending more troops for one final push in Iran before the end of the war. Russell 2000 futures, those were actually trading at a 2-week high, but now they're off more than 1%. So at the opening bells, something a little bit unusual, something you don't see every day. It is a takeover from both the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ of a company called IR Impact. Apparently, they used to be IR Magazine, so they're a bit of a trade publication. They're giving out awards for investor relations. I'm sure we have a lot of IR professionals watching the show, so congrats to you out there if you've won an award. I have to say, I think the NASDAQ has it better because the NASDAQ, I believe, has the CEO, whereas the New York Stock Exchange just has their head of content. I might have mixed that up, I'm going to be honest. But one of them, you know, they split and conquered. I don't know how you decide who goes to who. Okay, let's go to your pre-market movers so you can stop hearing me rambling on about IR Impact. Jefferies now up more than 1%. There had been some concerns about them before that they were seeing credit impacts. They were seeing losses from MFS, from First Brand, some other things in there too. However, they did notch their best investment banking quarter ever. So now shares are starting to reflect that. The memory chip stocks, those are having a bad day after having a bad day yesterday, down 4.6% for SanDisk. Micron falls nearly 4% in the pre-market. Google announcing yesterday that it has a new technology that can power AI at just a fraction of computing power currently needed, though I have to say a lot of analysts pouring cold water on that, saying it's not going to make that much of a difference. Elsewhere, back to our top story. Top brass at BlackRock believe investors are underestimating the impact of the war in Iran. BlackRock President Rob Capito says, quote, "What if this disruption is a week, 6 months, a year? What is it going to mean for the companies that I own? My biggest concern is that people aren't looking at this. They're just making the assumption for an optimistic outcome." Add to that, the OECD sharply increasing its inflation forecast today due to the war, predicting a 4.2% jump in the U.S. this year. Let's bring in InvestNet's co-chief investment officer and group president, Dana D'Auria. Dan, great to see you this morning. Would you agree with the likes of BlackRock that maybe we're not fully pricing in the risks that are coming from this war?
Yeah, I have a similar assessment. I mean, I think what we all expect typically in cases like this is that there's a plan in place that's going to prevent any sort of long-term problems, you know, upset to the market, et cetera. And I think what we're kind of discovering is that that doesn't appear to be the case, right? There doesn't appear to be a good plan ahead of time for how we're going to get out of this, what goals we're even, you know, necessarily trying to achieve here, and what victory looks like. And so if that's the case, then, you know, you have sort of this exacerbating circumstance where you have Iran, you have Israel, who maybe want the conflict to last a little bit longer, right? They both think it potentially helps their position for it to last longer. And so if we don't sort of have that plan going in, which again, you know, typically markets kind of look through this stuff, even the Fed, right? Which I think is one of the big, you know, results of this is what happens with Fed rate. But even the Fed will typically look through a short-term supply shock in oil. But if it's not short-term, you know, to the quote that you kind of read, then you do have more serious long-term issues that you have to look at in the market.
Then what would that actually look like? Stocks now down maybe about 5% since the start of the war. Is that what's mispriced? Is there something else that you think looks a little off, given what you're talking about, the threat that this just keeps going on and on?
Yeah, well, I think, I mentioned one of the biggest issues is, of course, what does this mean for rate cuts, right? So you had a market that we came into the year obviously very strong, and the market was pricing in something like 2 rate cuts probably. And we had a weak jobs report obviously come out in February, declining 92,000 jobs. So that was unexpected. We also had revisions to earlier months that took away jobs. And so that balance that the Fed looks at between inflation and unemployment, inflation's already been a little stickier than we want it to be. But the employment picture was starting to show cracks. And so the expectation was that we would get some rate cuts. Now, if this is not a short-term shock, if energy prices are going to remain elevated, and in fact, many other products that rely on the Strait of Hormuz and rely on energy itself, right, in terms of the supply chain, could be impacted, the Fed is not going to want to react quickly. They're not going to want to let inflation run away, so if it looks like this could be longer term, then you have that impact to rate cuts. You have all the, resulting economic impacts of that.
So it's a great point. And Dana, I've just heard over and over, and I mean, it's hard not to agree with this, that the impact will just depend on the duration for this. The longer it goes on, the worse it is. But I have to wonder, even though it seems like we might get an extension, Trump is talking about bringing troops into the region over the weekend. Even if it were to end tomorrow, it takes a while for the energy taps to be turned back on. There's already disruption to the Strait of Hormuz. We know that Iran can control it. Will that even be open again? Is there already a scenario built in, again, even if the war were to end tomorrow, that we will have a longer-term impact just because of the delays in getting everything back to normal?
Yeah, that's certainly what the information kind of seems to indicate, right? All of the sort of experts on this are pretty clear. This is not, even if to your point, even if it ended tomorrow, you're going to have months of getting everything back on and getting the strait straightened out, so to speak, and, kind of shipping where it needs to be again. So 100% there's long-term impact here. And I think there's also long-term impact in terms of the message. Kind of, we've already been sort of in a place where we've had this idea of globalization really under attack, and countries sort of realigning around, internal supply chains with friendlies, and sort of losing that globalization dividend. And obviously there's an impact to that as well. But I think you are right. Much as it may take months to get it back going, the market keeps ticking up every time it looks like there might be a ceasefire. It looks like, negotiations might be taking place. And there's a reason for that, right? It's because at the end of the day, if we could see an end, right, if we can see a timeline here, then we can start to calculate, okay, this is the damage and this is what we can get past it. I think the real uncertainty around, wait a minute, how long might we be mired in this, right? What are we in for here? Is this something that could go on for a long period of time? Is the real risk.
So with all of that risk, Dana, where do you hide out? Because gold is not giving you that protection. Bonds, you were just talking about the concern that the Fed isn't able to cut, even if we do have weaker job growth. Where do you get protection right now?
Yeah, I'm a proponent of diversification. I don't think there's any one place. I mean, gold is suffering. Obviously, a metal doesn't have any dividends, and if we have higher interest rates, then bonds are not a terrible place to be. But I think in terms of a diversified portfolio, I mean, 2025 was a fantastic year for diversification. We started the year with sort of this theme of U.S. predominance, but international emerging stocks returning, significantly more in a year that the U.S. already returned double digits, right? And so we're seeing that still, kind of today. And there's an argument to be made for international stocks suffering even more from this. But I think diversification across the spectrum, not trying to say, to your point, there are going to be certain industries, certain sectors, certain companies that are more affected than others, and the market will start to try to price that in. For the average investor, diversifying across the portfolio is going to be the safest way. And yes, bonds, I mean, the interest rates, you're getting a return, right? The higher that interest rate, at the end of the day, you're getting a higher yield. So I think you want, kind of a good portfolio of equity and fixed income with ballast.
Dana, we're going to have to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. That's InvestNet's Dana D'Auria. 9 minutes into your trading day, let's get a check on your equity markets. They are moving lower. I believe we are still on track for a weekly gain, and it would be the first since the war broke out. But if these losses deepen, we could undo that. On the upside, interestingly, energy is doing well. Not a surprise at all. You'll see that when we look at the sectors. But a lot of these financial services, credit card companies like MasterCard, Visa, they're doing well, and I'm not quite sure why, if I'm being 100% honest. On the downside, it is all the big cap giants that are selling off, which is why it's difficult for this market to get a bid. NVIDIA, Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, it's a who's who of all of the Mag 7, so if they're down, the overall market's going to be down too. A lot of the chip makers having a bad day, Lam Research, Micron, all of those falling. Broadcom on this Google news that they have developed something that can compress the amount of memory needed. There's a question to how big of a difference it will make. Nonetheless, the shares are selling off. Looking at the sectors, energy, the only one that's up today. No surprise, this is dictated by the price of oil. One of the things I do want to point out, it's something Matt and I had talked about in the first couple weeks of this conflict, that there was some weird aspects to this market, that the safety stocks were getting destroyed, that healthcare wasn't doing well, staples weren't doing well, utilities weren't. Now we have more of a textbook risk off, where some of the safety sectors, yes, they're down, but they're not down as badly. Financials also not down as badly. We had Jeffrey earnings, their best quarter for investment banking on record. Coming up, we're going to talk more about that memory chip sell-off. The rally hitting a snag as Google's latest breakthrough limits the capacity needed to power AI. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
The belief for climate change is going down right now. It's going down. And we've tried everything to shame people and blame people and put them in their place and tell them that they're doing things wrong and that they're killing everybody. But if we keep telling them that, then we are going to kill everybody. So we got to figure this out. And we're not going to do it by blaming people who are just trying to wake up and make ends meet every day, especially when a lot of those people have the same connection to nature and the environment that we all share here. I hike and I ski and I love the environment just as much as anybody else, but so does somebody who works in an oil field. The Cabela's shopper and the REI shopper want the same things. They want clean air and they want clean water and they want to be able to recreate outdoors. So until we figure out how to get on the same page, we will continue to lose. We cannot afford to lose anymore. We need to build a winning coalition of people across the political spectrum, or we will never create the solutions that we need.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television. Nearly 15 minutes into your trading day, not starting off so well, but we're only down 0.7%. The NASDAQ 100 seeing steeper losses. Nvidia, all the big tech giants are selling off, hence you get that reaction. Everything, though, dictated by the price of Brent crude. We're now back above $106 a barrel, up 4.5%, or just under there. There had been some reprieve yesterday as Trump attempts to de-escalate, and now it seems like we're escalating again. If the Axios report is indeed true, that this is a White House that is contemplating one big last and final push militarily in Iran. Let's get some of the top calls, the analyst action that we're watching this morning. First up, JP Morgan downgrades Scott's Miracle-Gro, saying the company will probably have to spend more on things like fertilizer ingredients, fuel, and plastic due to the conflict in Iran. Shares down 4%. Next, William Blair, they cut its rating on Adobe, saying competition is heating up, making it unclear how strong Adobe's AI edge will be going forward. Shares up 0.5%. Finally, Qualcomm, that gets downgraded at Bernstein. The firm warns that rising memory prices are weighing on smartphone demand and could drive double-digit shipment declines, with conditions that will probably get worse before getting better. Shares are only down 0.4%. Elsewhere, Google's new technology dramatically reduces the chip capacity needed to run AI models, sparking a global sell-off in chip stocks. Let's go back over to the desk, because waiting for us patiently over there is Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Tech Coverage, Mandeep Singh. Mandeep, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah.
Okay, so in looking at this, I feel like every single analyst I've read from is like, this is truly no big deal. It doesn't make that much of a difference. How big of a difference does it make? Is a sell-off in memory chip stocks warranted off of this?
Not really. I mean, you could see, inference efficiency being a bigger focus for all these companies that are spending, over $100 billion in CapEx. You want to optimize for your infrastructure. So to me, Google accomplishing that through this new technique is just a sign that, one, they clearly have an advantage when it comes to CapEx efficiency with their TPUs. And now they are actually using the memory part probably better than some of the other hyperscalers who are investing their CapEx. So efficiency is something that we'll hear more and more of. But does it warrant a sell-off in the memory names? I don't think so, because we are so undersupplied. And, Qualcomm downgrade, you just, talked about that. Why? Because of memory prices. So there are a lot of pockets where even if Google doesn't need memory, the edge devices need a lot more memory. So from that perspective, I think that supply-demand imbalance is huge when it comes to memory right now.
If only markets were efficient, we all weren't tourists, and we were more like you, Mandeep, and knew better. But it's interesting you talk about Google. Is the net tech takeaway from this, then, it's just like Alphabet seems ahead in terms of what they're doing with a lot of their technology and their efficiencies?
Absolutely. For every dollar of CapEx spent, I think Alphabet clearly has an advantage with the vertical integration, the chips, their own LLM, now the memory compression. And so clearly they will generate a higher ROI on this CapEx. Now, they will have more competition in the ad space, and that's the part that's it remains an overhang, for even a name like Alphabet, because the core ads business will come under pressure from, ChatGPT and other companies really launching agentic offerings. And if you start doing things that are agent to agent, then a lot of the ads spent, on Google platform will come under pressure. And so that is a risk for them, regardless of how well they're doing on the infrastructure side.
By the way, were you looking at this Meta Alphabet court case at all? This idea that they're found liable for social media addiction. The fees, the fines they have to pay were incredibly minimal compared to the overall company. The big headline, like, is this social media's tobacco moment? Is it their tobacco moment?
I think you should expect more regulation when it comes to social media platforms, and we have been talking about it, for a very long time. We have seen quite a bit of regulation in the EU around, and look, countries like Australia have banned, like Meta platforms for users under 16. So you're starting to see, countries and regulators act. but it's very hard to, regulate these on one instance or, even a few instances, and that's where regulating social media has been hard. So I don't know if that changes anytime soon.
I guess it only gets harder when all of a sudden AI is in the picture too. Mandeep, thanks so much for joining. That's Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up on the show, consumers starting to feel the heat of higher prices of oils at the pump when booking travel and now shipments with the U.S. Postal Service. We're going to talk about crude coming up next on Bloomberg Open Interest.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until the midterm election.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Breaking news on this Saturday morning.
There's really only one story, and that is Iran.
Balance of Power has all the angles covered.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
An entire region pulled into this conflict.
Talking to you from the bomb shelters.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
Iran remains a viable threat.
And the analysis you need.
There was no imminent threat.
There's never a good time, but there are better times.
Netanyahu is my opponent. However, on this issue, we stand together.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
You are watching Bloomberg Open Interest. Let's check on your markets this morning, 20 minutes into your trading day. The worst of the losses on the equity markets now starting to ebb. This coming from Tasnim, Iran saying that it has formally responded to the U.S. ceasefire plan, that it cites informed sources on U.S. truce plans, and Tehran is waiting for a U.S. response. Why are we doing better on just that? It might be the very fact that this is a confirmation. Talks are ongoing. They have received the U.S.'s 15-point plan. It's not that continuous denial of talks don't make sense. They've responded, but they want things like an end to all hostilities before they talk about any sort of ceasefire. So we're only down 0.4% for the S&P, NASDAQ 0.7. The Dow Jones goes positive. As for your other movers, everything really just bouncing off the back of this. 2-year yields, they are at 3.9%. 5-year yields were above 4% at one point. So yes, yields are still moving higher. The losses are still gathering, but it's not as bad as it was about 10 minutes ago. Gold continues to get beat up. Where do you hide out for safety? Dana Dioria says you just need a diversified portfolio. That gold isn't going to do for you. Certainly Bitcoin isn't. That's down 1.8%. And then the price of crude in New York now up 3%. Brent crude up 3.8%. Again, it was up more. At one point this morning, it was up more than 5%, but all of that coming off the back of this idea that Iran is responding, and they sent a response to the U.S., and they're now waiting what the U.S. has to say. So that rise in the price of oil, it's already impacting consumers making travel plans. United CEO warning of airline ticket price hikes, and USPS adding a new 8% surcharge for packages. Let's discuss the ripple effects with Will Kennedy, Bloomberg News Director for EMEA. Will, I thought it was supposed to be a U.S. that was more insulated. It's energy independent. The price of NYMEX crude isn't as high as it is in Brent. So why are we now starting to see corporations struggling or adding additional costs because of what things like jet fuel and diesel are doing at the moment?
Thanks for having me on, Danny. Well,
even at $93, oil is considerably higher than it was at the start of the year. NYMEX had traded in the low 60s in the early part of the year, and we're already up to 93. So that in itself is a big change, but these markets are global. And it is feeding through, and product markets are stressed, and that means prices of gasoline, jet fuel, etc., are outpacing the price of the crude oil that goes into the refinery. We see that in gasoline, where we're on the verge of $4 a gallon average at the US petrol pump, gas pump, and that's the sort of level that consumers really start to notice.
Well, I was mentioning a response from Iran, it appears, that is happening right now to the U.S. plan, the 15-point truce plan. This also coming from them. Iran saying that Hormuz sovereignty will remain its right. As long as this is Iran's posture, even if there were to be a ceasefire, even if there were to be an end to the war, the fact that Iran is saying that it has sovereignty, that it remains its right, can we just expect elevated oil prices, that fundamentally it needs to reset before it was before this war?
Perhaps. I mean, it will depend on how the war actually ends, and it will depend how Iran chooses to enforce that so-called sovereignty. Many countries, including the US and Gulf monarchies, the allies of the US, UAE and Saudi Arabia, will not accept that sovereignty. They will argue that this is an international waterway and should be treated as such, as it has for many, many, many years. And I think this is the crux of the issue. And Iran, as long as Iran makes that assertion, it will be very hard to reach a permanent resolution here. And you're right to say that uncertainty will weigh on oil markets, because it will be very hard for people to have confidence in the free flow of oil in and out of the Persian Gulf.
What do we know about what sort of ships are getting through the Strait of Hormuz at this moment, Will?
Well, the first thing to say is very few of them. So ship movements through the strait are happening, but they're happening at a vastly reduced rate. It was probably more than 100 ships a day before this conflict started. We're now less than 10, probably. It's sometimes a bit hard to count. But there has not been a real resumption in flows. Now, it seems that the Iranians are allowing some ships through, perhaps after negotiations, perhaps with payments involved. Some of the ships that we've seen through are like Indian LPG carriers that they need. But what we haven't seen is large movements of oil through the strait.
Hey, Will, thank you very much for that. That's Bloomberg's Will Kennedy in London. Coming up on the next hour of Bloomberg Open Interest, Ethan Devitt of Moneta talking about how to trade this market that keeps moving dramatically on the ping pong headlines. And we're going to hear from the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East and a cabinet meeting. That's also coming up.
नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे ना गाइस, नेचुरल गैस इज ट्रैप्ड बिटवीन द सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस। ना ये ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक कर पा रहा है प्रॉपर्ली, यहाँ पर बहुत छोटी सी रेंज में फंसा हुआ है। 276 से 282 कह सकते हो अब रेंज है। मल्टीपल टाइम रेजिस्टेंस हिट कर चुका है नीचे सपोर्ट पे, तो उससे भी ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन है। मुझे लग रहा है कंसोलिडेशन ही रहेगा किसी एक साइड जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं करता। अभी कंप्लीट रेंज बन गई है। ऑलरेडी 2 बार सेलिंग आ गई थी कल, यहाँ से थर्ड टाइम कल सेलिंग के लिए मार्केट आया था। आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग अभी ओपन हुआ, फिर सेलिंग ली एक और, क्लोज नहीं कर पाया नीचे। रेंज में साइडवेज हो गया मोस्टली, मुझे लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस चांसेस कम ही लग रहे हैं किसी एक साइड निकलेगा। वैसे ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी मल्टीपल टाइम हिट कर चुका है, ब्रेकआउट हो जाए तो बेटर, हुआ नहीं है अभी भी। इतने नीचे आता है तो ये बार कैंडल क्लोज अगर हो जाए नेचुरल गैस में 276 के नीचे, तब फिर पुल बैक में एक एंट्री करेंगे ताकि ये नीचे का थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट जो बन रहा है वो निकल जाए। स्टिल होल्डिंग। 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट में नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री रिलीज होगी, देखते हैं कितनी आती है। फोरकास्ट तो बेरिस है शायद, आई थिंक चेक कर लेते हैं। लास्ट टाइम 35 बुलियन थी, 49 बुलियन लास्ट टाइम से कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, बुलिस है फोरकास्ट, बुलिस है। देखते हैं एग्जैक्ट कितना डेटा आता है 8 बजे नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री। फिलहाल फर्स्ट गैस साइडवेज ओके। नीचे मार्केट के पास एक सपोर्ट था, कल मार्केट ने वो ब्रेक तो कर दिया था 272 के नीचे आई थिंक, अभी भी होल्ड किया या फिर इसने। कॉम्पैक्ट रेंज में चल रहा है ना नेचुरल गैस, ऑलमोस्ट 270 से 282 के आसपास। नीचे बाइंग भी इतने डीप लेवल से होके आ गई है, सेलिंग भी हाई लेवल से कंटिन्यूसली चल ही रही है यार। निकले ऊपर 280 283 के ऊपर सस्टेन करे, यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट ही बना दिया है फ्रेश ब्रेकआउट के लिए। दैट इज स्टिल नॉट आल्सो नॉट ब्रेकिंग राइट नाउ। अभी फंसा हुआ है नेचुरल गैस, स्टिल फंसा हुआ है। रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस ले रहा है, नीचे सपोर्ट अभी भी ब्रेक नहीं हुआ है। देखना पड़ेगा सपोर्ट ब्रेक किस तरह से होता है, नॉर्मल निकलता है या फिर रीटेस्ट के तौर पे जाता है। इस तरह से सपोर्ट रुका हुआ है, इतना इजी नहीं होगा ब्रेक करना, बट ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन काफी बड़ा है। will hold or not, need to see. 9 मिनट लेफ्ट इन्वेंट्री नेचुरल गैस लगता है इन्वेंट्री के बाद ही शायद कुछ डायरेक्शन पकड़ेगा अभी है देखो सिनेरियो क्या हो सकता है यहाँ पर तीन कंडीशन है और नेचुरल गैस में नीचे एक मार्केट के पास सपोर्ट है अभी भी बट वो काफ़ी एग्जॉस्ट हो चुका है पता नहीं अब होल्ड करेगा नहीं करेगा लॉजिकली तो नहीं करना चाहिए वैसे दिखता है 260 के आसपास एक ठीक ठाक सपोर्ट ये 270 वाला बहुत बार ले चुका है सपोर्ट यहाँ से 1 2 3 4 5 6 टाइम सपोर्ट ले चुका है इसी लेवल पे ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी है ये दिस मेजर रेजिस्टेंस साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट ही बना दिया इसने अभी तो ये सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस का फाइट चल रही है ना अभी तक सेलर निकले ना बायर निकले बेस्ट के सिनेरियो क्या हो सकता है अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर देता है लेवल रिमूवर के तौर पे फिर यहाँ से दोबारा बाइंग की जा सकती है या फिर ये ऊपर जाए यहाँ से रिजेक्शन ले और फिर नीचे आए ये लेवल ब्रेक कर दे फिर पुल बैक में कुछ ये सिनेरियो देखने के लिए मिल सकता है अगर ये अपसाइड निकल गया तो फिर लाइक 283 के ऊपर सस्टेन कर गया तो फिर नेक्स्ट मेजर रेजिस्टेंस 305 310 के बीच में दिखता है अभी वो काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग है बाकी अगर यहाँ पर हो सकता है, मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ी बहुत स्कैल्पिंग हो सकती है, नथिंग एल्स, इतना बड़ा लेवल नहीं है। हो सकता है प्राइस यहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ तक चला जाए 5-6 पॉइंट ऊपर। तो अभी 283 के ऊपर सस्टेन नहीं करेगा, बाइंग करना बहुत रिस्की है। सेलर्स स्टिल प्रेजेंट, बायर तो है ही है यहाँ पर। भी एक सपोर्ट जोन है, पर मुझे लगता नहीं अभी होल्ड करेगा। अगर प्राइस गिरा तो 270, आई डोंट थिंक सो विल होल्ड दिस टाइम। नीचे 260 259 के आसपास एंड देन ऊपर 300 305 10, दैट दोज आर द मेजर रेजिस्टेंस एंड सपोर्ट। ये लेवल में फाइट चल रही है, ये रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी मुझे स्ट्रॉन्ग लग रहा है जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता। ये यहाँ पर वाला सपोर्ट भी एग्जॉस्ट हो चुका है। की बार ये ब्रेकआउट नहीं करा पाते हैं, 283 के आसपास आके वापस रिजेक्शन मिलता है तो पक्का गिरना चाहिए। तो मैं वही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि एक बार और ऊपर चला जाए प्राइस 283 के आसपास, डायरेक्टली फिर गिरे, या फिर 276 ये जोन के नीचे आए इस तरह से और फिर यहाँ से ऐसे गिरे। गैप अप हुई है, इन्वेंट्री लग रहा है बुलिस आ गई। ओपन इक्वल टू लो विद गैप अप विद ओपन इक्वल टू लो। ठीक है, फोरकास्ट देखोगे -49 बुलियन, रिजेक्शन कंप्लीट। यहाँ डेटा आने में टाइम लग जाता है। ठीक है, बुलिस ही है, डेटा इज बुलिस, कैंडल देख के बदल गया। लास्ट टाइम 35 बुलियन था, एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे -49 बुलियन लास्ट टाइम से कम आएगा, कम ही आया है। -49 से कम है -54 बुलियन। तो डेटा इज बेरिश फॉर नेचुरल, सॉरी, डेटा इज बुलिस फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। क्रूड ऑयल की जो इन्वेंट्री आई है, इट इज बुलिस फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। देखना पड़ेगा ये रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर निकलती है, भी निकलती है। रेजिस्टेंस है यहाँ पर अभी भी, गैप अप ओपन इक्वल टू लो, कंप्लीट रिजेक्शन। यहाँ सेलर बैठे हुए हैं, अभी भी निकल ही नहीं रहे, नो वे बैक। ठीक है, देखते हैं थोड़ा सेकअप करता है तो ये बायर या सेलर किसी को। ये तो रेजिस्टेंस पहले का ही है, पुराना रेजिस्टेंस है। यहाँ पर फ्रेश सपोर्ट बनाया है, तो मुझे लग रहा है कुछ तो ये ब्रेकआउट के लिए जाने की सोच रहे थे, इसलिए बनाया है, कल ही बना दिया था। Natural gas completely volatility right now. इन्वेंट्री बुलिश आई थी, गैप अप हुआ, अपसाइड गया, फिर नीचे आया, फिर सपोर्ट लिया, फिर ऊपर जा रहा है. क्लियर नहीं करना क्या चाह रहा है. देखते हैं नेचुरल गैस में, थोड़ा वेट करेंगे. ट्रम्प स्पीच.
Everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick. And they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East. But we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, you know, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, And if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know? It's one thing we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated, they said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it, they have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective. But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it, that's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know? I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, you know, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they have they've really sued him just at a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression, never forget. You can never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country. And we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you read about it that much, but I speak about it. You know, I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people hear. You don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations, called most favored nations, we're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations, and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. But, it's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers, who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion, and they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation. He's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations. And then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth. He gave you such a nasty hard time. But you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but The last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's Navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. the Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in epic fury, we have had multiple reach-outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator, and this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this: we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing: don't miscalculate again.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy, no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media, though. If President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're righting, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. We ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino, and he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard. Like the father, friends. They grew up together, and it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged. In the group right here, it's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders, but they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for L.A. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. There were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. And he's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor is really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that that number can be possible because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was an appropriate name. Thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall and we were finishing up some and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago. and in New York and in other places, and they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. You know, I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out, to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump. But we got sued, and all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. 0 taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? No, 0 taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This could only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. But so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. You can. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And nobody sues this guy. And then when Jeanine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. She may never get there. We're going to have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. But when, now think of it, when Jeanine Pirro and Pam and the group, when they bring a suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight, you know. It's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California, a railroad that's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems, you know. We have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this, Federal Reserve, I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would have, if I did it, it was up to, somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building, if it was properly done and planned, you would have done that building for, I would have done it, for $25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. So I came here, they have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out, you're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000, it was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're doing. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature, I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. So I'm saying, this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well. So I take it out. And I sign, and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking, and you say, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing, and there's no ink in the pen, and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it saying Sharpie. As I'm signing a $1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets, brand new B-2 bombers, of which we just ordered plenty. I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best. But I'll sign it. I could do like Biden did, you know, give it to somebody else to sign, or an auto pen, or maybe sign it separately in another room. But I can't use your pen. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold. Almost real gold, not bad. And I can even do your signature, sir. And by the way, this was not staged. I just saw the pen sitting there, and I thought of this as an example of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And you know, one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me, he said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down. We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? But I want to thank Janine Pirro and Pam and her group for having the courage to bring this suit. And I believe that the contractor on that job is probably one of the richest men in the country right now. I believe that it's not possible to spend that kind of money. $3 billion, $4 billion, nobody knows, nobody has any idea what it is. But it's over $3 billion, and it's probably going to be over $4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just give you the story. And just to finish on this one, so I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better. It writes. So the guy said to me, you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give them to you for nothing. I said, no, I don't want that. Let me pay you. I want to pay you. No, sir, you don't have to. You're the President of the United States. He was shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, is this really the President? He said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor. I said, no, I want to pay you. And he said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right. Whatever the hell we agreed to. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you know, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way, I'd go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you? With that, could I give it to, please, a man who's done a great job at Treasury, Scott? Good luck, Scott.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow, but that is very illustrative. Your economic leadership has made our military mission possible. Mr. President, national security, as you always say, is economic security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security. That our mighty military on one side, but the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. Your historic Operation Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines through the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we have never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in Term 1 and Term 2. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead. As we approach the 250th anniversary, America will never be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. Pretty good. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses. That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job, and you all have. Proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran? And
let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
what kind of a question? Am I going to go in for the? Oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know, but I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President,
please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting
some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask me, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed. And we take, sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We helped Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away, too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine, mostly, I think. They give it to Ukraine, but we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. It's a tough situation, that whole Ukraine situation, very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one solved. It doesn't have any impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, so mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part, soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars, and many of them I think were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us. Thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, this is not our war about Iran, I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not our war. And it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago, 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in 1 day that have been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was starting. It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, 2 nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening. I think I'm going to go with a man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see the entire cabinet here. Linda, good to see you too. You talked about gas prices coming down. Yeah. Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said, we're going to take a little bit of a hit, a short-term hit. It's going to end up going much higher than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000 or 7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years, that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. it's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly, could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers, for someone who takes a lot of Ubers? A lot of my drivers can't speak
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over and communicate what's on your rig, huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800 and you get a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school, and again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge, they don't have the skills, they haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable, the rot that the last administration allowed to take place. We are ending that, and I need partnership with our states. Even California started to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Shocking. Not all the way, a little bit of ball.
Mr. President,
you know, it's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular, they went out and inspected them in Minnesota, and they didn't exist. They're knocking on the door. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors. It's like homes. And they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist. And in California, it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell Vogt. I said, Russell, don't send them any money. He said, but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge. The judges are really hurting this country. Our judges, Justice Roberts doesn't like when I say it, but the judges are really hurting this country. And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court, has really hurt our country too.
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want to say.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. Yes. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
There were 2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, Look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers. And that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. So what happens is, by putting them at the airport, and I just said, do me a favor, take off your masks, and they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some, cold-blooded killers and they're in the net, but for that, and they did. They took them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people, they're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped the woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on them. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops. They're dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Waltz is a dirty, crooked politician. The Attorney General is a crooked guy. He's no investigations, and I hope JD's going to do a great job. He's in charge of it now with somebody who's very talented. But I think it's easy stuff. They say $19 billion, think of it, is missing. $19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, Pam, in this country, we would have more than a balanced budget. We'd have a surplus. And in the case of Minnesota, it's very Somalia-oriented. Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world, acknowledged to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money, they have nothing. They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind. Stupid people. And they rob us blind because we have crooked politicians and we have dirty cops. The Attorney General's a dirty cop. It's my opinion. It's only my opinion. And something should be done about him. Let's see what kind of a job he
Mr.
can
President,
do.
yesterday you said that you hate mail-in ballots.
Excuse me?
Should Iran be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz? They're charging some vessels to go through.
Oh, yeah. Well, should they be able to? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't know. Look, their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks ago. And with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens. We may make a deal. Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm President of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm President of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida, because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine taking.
But you were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right, and I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there, because I had a lot of different things. But we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, whatever. So I was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
Mr. President, I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stock turned positive after you mentioned it.
By the way, they deserve it. It's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get them out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. If you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think, the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated the military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you thinking of taking control of Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
and we
being
get
stolen.
a lot of it. And they got more than they have in many years. Yeah. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some, and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. And in other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. I may run against Elsie. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern.
If we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour is you can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own. It's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Is it even possible that Iran still has that enriched uranium? Is it even possible
Well,
to
you're
wipe down?
going to have to see, but, you know, I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming, you know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I mean, I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But you know, I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden, which is shocking.
The husband is safe enough to leave the region because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
Mr. President, you're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good. You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill. Yes.
Mr. President,
anything else you want to say?
Well, same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put up a statue to President Trump. And I'm not being, it's not a political statement, it's an actual thing.
So. That would be a great honor.
No, because it's like they view President Trump like Simon Bolivar. He's the liberator of a country, and this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys, and Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced, it was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores, and it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is a 1/4 of what it was before. They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
forget that. When are they going to do the statue? The hell with
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. No. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. he didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I'll tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. I was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the King that you're going to have in April? Are you looking forward to that?
With the King?
With the King
No.
coming here?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. But he's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult, because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are
Like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake. And the world. We'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won.
seekers to third countries, regardless of whether they have a connection to it, in periods of up to $2
Who percent? Because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. Who did this? Who does which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote.
So
I'd vote with them. Yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now.
With the king that you're going to have in April, are you looking forward to that?
With the king?
With the king coming here?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. But he's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult, because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, or, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along, and if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person. I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now. I say it because no press never reports it. I'm the only president that ever took a cognitive test. I took it 3 times. It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me, but it's a cognitive test. It starts off with an easy question, and by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough, mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors, who are fantastic doctors, they said, well, if you take it, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any chance of being a president, I would like to see them take a cognitive test. Because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago. And I'll tell you about President Obama. He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man, highly overrated. He was a great divider. And our country can't go through that anymore, can't go through. We have done an amazing job. I had to do a little stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because our country would not have been safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been reciprocal, because when I told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years, I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Live from the White House and President Trump along with the cabinet, the first wartime cabinet meeting that we have seen since the start of kinetic action in the Middle East. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here. We wanted to make sure we let that breathe and hear the full Q&A with reporters, including, by the way, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in the cabinet room with the president and his top lieutenants there, saying they are begging to make a deal. We had a lot of headlines go by, and there's a lot to unpack. I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal, the president opened with. I'm the opposite of desperate. He says, I don't care. They are begging to make a deal, not me. And we did hear from Steve Witkoff on the potential for a deal. Of course, the president's top envoy, who has been reportedly in at least back-channel talks, if not actual negotiations with Tehran. I can report to you today, Witkoff said, that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. That's significant because just yesterday, the press secretary cast doubt on reports suggesting there was some fake news in reporting that 15-point plan that Bloomberg News was, in fact, reporting. That does appear then to be true after all, despite the press secretary's analysis yesterday. The president talked as well about the present, if you will, that he suggested Iranians were providing him. He mentioned this yesterday, and no one quite knew what he was referring to. They said, to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, the president said, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. He was talking about how they would proceed through the Strait of Hormuz. He said they were Pakistani flagged, and I said, I guess we're dealing with the right people. Then they said, we're going to send 2 more boats that ended up being 10. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, as he looked at Steve Witkoff. As far as deadlines go and timeline here, realizing the president put a 5-day ultimatum on Iran to make a deal, he said, I don't know yet. There's still a lot of time. In Trump time, a day is an eternity. That's the very latest on this, and we're going to have more to unpack from reports out of the White House and from Capitol Hill following a series of classified briefings that were delivered on Iran. We still have a DHS that is shut down as well today with big questions about a deal to move forward and reopen it. We're going to have much more to talk about, including our conversation with former Republican Congressman and Bloomberg Politics contributor Patrick McHenry and our political panel all ahead here on Balance of Power. Let's start, as always, by looking at Wall Street. It's been a minute. Amy Morris has the latest on the markets for us right now from Washington. Amy.
All right, thank you, Joe. Everything's in the red right now except for oil. WTI now topping $94 a barrel. Brent crude topping $108 a barrel. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now down 0.9%. NASDAQ down 1.25%. The Dow down 0.5%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.38% and the 2-year yield at 3.94%. Bitcoin about 3% lower, around $68,000. And it looks like oil prices might not go back down. There's some debate over that, even after the Strait does reopen. Kathy Entwistle is a managing director and private wealth manager at Morgan Stanley.
What's interesting, the market looks like on the surface, like surprisingly resilient, but underneath it's like a violent rotation going on, and energy and AI infrastructure are booming, while software companies and private credit lenders are showing signs of stress.
Kathy Entwistle at Morgan Stanley was on Bloomberg Surveillance. Memory chip stocks extended their losses after Google publicized research that could allow more efficient use of the storage needed for AI development. U.S. insurers Equitable Holdings and Corebridge Financial are set to merge in an all-stock deal valuing that combined business at $22 billion. Wave Life Sciences shares fell after a single higher dose shot of its weight loss drug failed to meet investor expectations for reducing visceral fat. Wave Life Science shares right now 52% lower. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. The Thursday edition of Balance of Power officially underway live from Washington. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg Radio, streaming live on YouTube. That's how we bring you right into the cabinet room to see and hear what's going on as we cover everything in Washington today from both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. Search Bloomberg Business News Live on YouTube and dial us up. We're going to have Patrick McHenry with us shortly in the studio. After a tour de force there, another cabinet meeting for the ages. This went well over an hour and a half with President Trump doing the weave and also taking some questions. Interesting, usually we do the round robin. We didn't have too much of a round robin today. Scott Bessent spoke. Pete Hegseth did speak. Doug Burgum took a question. Did we hear from Mark Wayne Mullen, the new Secretary of Homeland Security? I thought we'd get some kind of an update with his first cabinet meeting in the Trump administration. Yeah, we didn't, right, CC? I don't know. But the markets are not loving what's going on here. We've got an S&P 500, as Amy just mentioned. Now, session lows, we're down almost 1%. We're down more than 1% on the NASDAQ. VIX at 27. Oil prices higher. 94 in New York, 108 for Brent. And so investors are keeping close tabs on what's going on. I'm just not sure we learned a lot more other than the actual confirmation of this 15-point plan that the press secretary yesterday told us had been exaggerated. Apparently, it was right on the spot in Bloomberg's reporting. The president also refuting what he's seeing in the headlines, and he hasn't liked any of the coverage here. Pete Hegseth certainly hasn't either. But this idea that he's looking to wrap things up, Wall Street Journal had that story today, telling his top officials in the White House he wants a quick end. Not so, says the president. Listen.
They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago.
I want to bring in Jonathan Tamari for reaction from Capitol Hill. He is the senior Washington reporter at Bloomberg Government. And Jonathan, it's great to have you. Thanks for standing by through this lengthy conversation here. Republican lawmakers had classified briefings with Pentagon officials just yesterday, and many of them, including some pretty important names. Mike Rogers, chairman of the Armed Services Committee in the House, as well as Roger Wicker, Armed Services in the Senate. They were left wanting for details and were suggesting some level of mission creep or an evolution in the justification and objectives in this war. What's the conversation on the Hill among Republicans?
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to hear Republicans openly criticize the White House like this. As you well know, we have seen very, very little of that in the time since President Trump returned to office. Senator Lisa Murkowski was speaking to our colleague Eric Wasson here on the Hill earlier today. She told Eric that it was one of the worst briefings that she's ever had, and that the answers just weren't there. So I think there are a lot of Republicans who are concerned about what comes next. There's a lot of Republicans concerned about the possibility of troops going there on the ground, and it's just evolving from an air campaign into something more complicated. And so I think Republicans have a lot of questions. I think they're concerned that they're going to get a lot of those questions if and when they go back home, and they're not getting the answers they want right now from the administration.
There's still no supplemental request, right? We've been waiting for the administration, and a lot of folks seem to think it would drop about a week ago, and the number we kept hearing was $200 billion. Is this being slowed down based on what you're hearing, Jonathan, because of the prospect for a peace deal, or is it coming either way?
I think it's unclear. It's unclear if that $200 billion is actually going to get through the White House. My understanding is that was kind of originating from the Pentagon, would still have to go through the White House for approval before it comes over here to Capitol Hill. But I think it could depend on, yes, is there a prospect that this all winds down? Maybe they need less money. Is there a prospect that this goes even longer and they need more money? And then I think there's the question of how can they actually get it through the Hill? Democrats are not going to support this request by and large. And so what process would be there for them to actually get it done? Could it be attached to some kind of other deal down the line here?
The Department of Homeland Security remains closed today. This is another matter that Republicans and Democrats are not able to see eye to eye on here. And that there was momentum behind a deal 2 days ago, Jonathan. It seems to have gone poof, unless you can tell me something else. Are we just indefinitely shut down? Should the TSA start driving Uber?
They might. I mean, there's not, as we stand here at this moment, there's not a sign of a deal. The thing I would say is that there are a lot of members on both parties that want to get to a deal. They don't want to be blamed for these lines, for the chaos that's unfolding. I mean, this is the kind of thing that just everyday people are encountering in their everyday life. It's not like some extraordinary circumstance. People just trying to get where they're going through the airport. And then on top of that is the reality that Congress is supposed to be off for a 2-week break. These lawmakers have plans. You know, like a lot of people, at the end of the work week, they don't want a whole bunch of new stuff piled on them. So let's keep an eye. I think keep an eye on the next 12 hours here will be really critical to see whether they get a deal, get out of here, or if they don't get a deal right now, then it does become a question of really what is going to be the pressure point that does it, because there are multiple pressure points today. So we start kind of far away, but today is kind of the day to really watch, I think.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. Jonathan Tamari of Bloomberg Government. Yeah, 12 hours from now, it'd be flying out, right? Well, even before that, it's just supposed to be recess time. I can only imagine what's going through Patrick McHenry's head. I told you he was coming in, and he's with us now. The man who held the gavel once and is now Bloomberg Politics contributor, former Republican congressman, former chair, House Financial Services, and yes, former House Speaker Pro Tem. Nice to see you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. So, boy, do we have some questions. Is recess a powerful enough force in the universe to reopen DHS?
So, the language used is jet fumes, right? So at the end of the week, you're going home. Right, just to get out, just to normally go home. But for these long recesses, it's a really powerful incentive for deal making. Yeah, there's a level of exhaustion on the Hill around the DHS situation, and a meaningful set of circumstances that have changed. So the environment's changed, which opens up an opportunity for Democrats to come back to the table after a very long shutdown. And try to come up with some solution that Republicans are willing to give them. And so right now, the solution here is that Democrats get nothing other than to not fund the agency that they hate. Yes. But no policy wins for them.
Yes.
Quite a change of circumstances where you fund essentially 95% of the Department of Homeland Security and not fund the 5%, which is ICE, where the Democrats want policy changes on how ICE operates.
The language this morning, as I wake up to the tip sheets, remarkable. Politico, an overwhelming sense of frustration and despair. One Republican senator said, quote, "I just want to go home." Frustration and despair means darkest before dawn?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Or to John McCain's line, darkest before it goes full black.
What are you feeling here?
The fact that you're seeing senators emote in public is relevant, is important, sign of deal making. Yes, and the fact that they're saying this, I just want to go home. Well, that's great. It's a great incentive to actually go and do your job. And so it works for middle schoolers, and it works for members of Congress.
The president's threatening or saying that everyone should stay all straight through Easter weekend until this thing is done. So it's day 40. By the way, and you fly a lot. How is it that DCA has no wait times and no ICE agents?
The power of
politics. Is there? I mean, is this what it seems to? What it appears?
Power of politics. And look, I mean, these agencies are they try to run them very well with every capacity they possibly have. That's what this administration's done, and the imperative that President Trump is put on them. The meaningful change, though, for the Department of Homeland Security is the confirmation of Mark Wayne Mullen. Yeah. Right? I served with Mark Wayne, know him very well. His capacity for relationship, his EQ is extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. That's why he has meaningful relationships on a bipartisan basis. That's the reason why he had a bipartisan vote, which is surprising given the fact that the Department of Homeland Security is one of the most polarizing within the Trump administration for Democrats. But it's his power. Then that's part of also the level of trust here. That is a very old school notion. We've devalued that in our current politics, but it's still a very powerful incentive for deal making here in Washington. So index to Mark Wayne Mullen and his relationships. He had Democrats at his swearing in ceremony at the White House. That is a significant thing.
I know he's got a lot of friends on both sides of the aisle. I was struck that he was not called on by the president in the cabinet meeting today. This would be the first opportunity for him to speak here. And you do wonder if this unlocks something. Does it surprise you the president has not taken a position on this deal that John Thune and Katie Britt worked out?
Yeah, they're going to let it. They're going to let it circulate.
Okay.
And that
will he come behind this? You think eventually?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I think the bit of measurement here is to let this deal making take place, and then message on it. So he's trying to be silent to give them space and opportunity.
Fair enough.
That's how I read it.
So this ends with a piece of legislation that funds DHS other than ICE, as we know it has lots of money already, and then reconciliation brings about further funding for ICE and maybe a Save America Act. Is that the baseline?
Potentially,
the base
but
case
it's
here?
a very that is the base case assumption of what they will try to do.
Got it, but maybe not how it ends.
It's a tight House. It's a tight Senate. This is divisive politics right now.
Yep.
And as we get closer to the election year, much harder to effectuate.
I'm going to ask you about Iran, but we're starting finally to hear more about FISA 702 renewal. It's the 20th of April. How big of a story is this about to be?
Oh, it is always a difficult story. 8 years ago, when we reauthorized FISA in January of 2018, under President Trump's first time, it was a cat and mouse game up until the final vote in the House. And I think we're seeing that likewise. I think notable in the House, FISA opponent Chairman Jim Jordan is in favor of this deal.
Sure.
A notable shift for him. Also a bit of pragmatic politics for him because he seeks to be in Republican leadership.
So the idea of a supplemental of $200 billion is one thing we're asking about. Also, the idea of war powers potentially being addressed again if troops are on the ground. But more importantly, what we're hearing from the president here in this cabinet meeting is really something. They're begging, he said. The reporting is wrong. They're begging for a deal. He talked about how he doesn't care. I'm the opposite of desperate. The fact of the matter is we have the chair of armed services in the House, chair of armed services in the Senate coming out of classified briefings saying they did not hear the details they needed to continue this conversation.
That is normal, quite normal, maybe a little more aggressive for the chair and ranking member of their comments yesterday. Slightly abnormal in that regard, but normal for the Hill to say we want detailed knowledge of the strikes that are occurring right now, and is not in the interest of the United States and our national security for that to be real-time data, right? After the fact, yes, sure, but pre-planning and all that stuff, this is not how you actually function effectively. So the question is, can the Hill get enough information about the plan and objectives, right? Objectives, duration, really matters for our politics on this Iranian engagement.
Duration is impossible to answer,
Well, duration, but when you know the objectives, then you can start surmising what the duration is, right? So if we know what the objectives are, we know the command and control system of Iran is gone. And so we have people that are speaking for the regime, but there is no regime, and there's no proof of the current new Ayatollah actually being alive, right? Whether or not he's a cardboard fiction is the internet meme.
Yes.
So how do you respond to a regime that has spokespeople that may not have anything behind it? Who are we going to negotiate with that would be the strong person to actually enable some level of command and control of Iran? It's a complex thing, and that is going to be rough day to day, week to week, until you actually have some strength of a leader within Iran to put together what looks like a government. They are not going to be purist and good people. We're talking about a question of a better regime for the world, not a great regime for the world, or better, not good, might be the right way to think of it. So you have to have enough capacity to manage the internal politics with Iran, and you also have to not be so wicked that Israel and the United States won't take you out. It's quite a balancing act for an Iranian leader or any type of regime. And so this takes a little bit of time. I think the supplemental is the kicker here, which is where are we in a month's time? If we're talking about the ending of our bombing raids and there are no troops on the ground, this is about replenishing munitions.
Much easier debate.
Easier debate. If we have ground troops in a month's time while you're asking for the supplemental, it's working through Congress, that's going to be a rough.
Do you think this White House knows what it wants to do yet?
I think they do. I think they have a clear set of objectives.
With regard to ground troops, 82nd Airborne, the Marine Expeditionary Units that are on the way.
I think any commander-in-chief wants to have all options on the table and be able to make the call. That's frankly what Obama did in taking out bin Laden. That was a risky call up until the final moment. Likewise, these things all deal with the situation at hand with the best information you have to effectuate some greater outcome. It's complex, and we're all going to watch.
Coming out of a classified briefing, the same as the chairs we mentioned, Nancy Mace of South Carolina.
Running for governor.
Yes, the justifications presented to the American public for the war in Iran were not the same military objectives we were briefed on today in the House Armed Services Committee. How many Republicans does she speak for?
Herself.
Really?
Yes.
So you don't think that's an accurate depiction?
No.
Okay.
And so when members of the House are running for some other office, whatever their voice is colored by that next thing they're seeking.
Yes, right.
So you want to be in the cabinet and you're a senator, you speak differently than other senators do.
So no credibility.
Everyone's wise to this.
Interesting.
But there are a handful of folks that are in the MAGA movement that want to pull back from the world. What they're trying to say to President Trump is that he doesn't represent MAGA.
Right.
They do. And traditionally when this happens, those people that are saying they're speaking for Trump's interest and Trump says otherwise, President Trump wins that debate on what is President Trump's agenda.
Patrick McHenry, this is a great time to be in Washington, right? The cherry blossoms are out. It's beautiful outside. Can we acknowledge that?
Yes, spring is
I know you're
here.
an optimistic man at heart.
Have to be optimistic.
We'll keep talking through this with Bloomberg Politics contributor and former Congressman Patrick McHenry. Great conversation. Great to see you, as always. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. S&P and NASDAQ extending their declines. S&P down more than 1%, NASDAQ down 1.5%. President Trump warning Iran to get serious about peace talks. BlackRock Global Chief Investment Strategist Wei Li says they're dialing down their tactical risks for now, turning neutral because overall risk asset pricing is not consistent with the shock implied by energy markets.
If we don't have tangible evidence of actions that could shorten the duration of the disruption, and right now we don't, then current risk pricing is not consistent with the doable disruption that energy markets are pricing right now.
Wei Li, BlackRock Global Chief Investment Strategist on Bloomberg Surveillance. WTI now topping $95 a barrel. Brent crude over $109 per barrel. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is down 1.1%. NASDAQ down 1.5%. The Dow is down 0.8%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.4% and the 2-year yield at 3.96%. Bitcoin is down more than 3% now at $68,000. The Federal Reserve is asking a judge to stand firm in his decision to dismiss 2 Justice Department subpoenas seeking information about those building renovation cost overruns tied to the administration's legal fight with Fed Chair Jay Powell. The case pits the independence of the Fed against the Justice Department's power to carry out investigations. And it could delay the confirmation process for President Trump's hand-picked Fed chair nominee, Kevin Warsh. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy, thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. You made it to Little Friday. And we've got a lot to talk about following another stemwinder of a cabinet meeting. The president wrapping things up more than 90 minutes into the operation. We didn't do the whole round robin. Not all the cabinet secretaries spoke, which is why I guess it didn't top 3 hours. But we did get some fresh commentary on the war in Iran. As we were just discussing with Patrick McHenry, he says they're begging to make a deal. The stories that he is desperate to make one are not true. He says, I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. Steve Witkoff did confirm, by the way, that the 15-point peace plan the press secretary cast doubt on yesterday, in fact, was presented. And we do have a formal reply from Iran, some of the news that we woke up to this morning, with some difficult reaction coming from the Republican side of the aisle. Following classified briefings on Capitol Hill. This is obviously a very delicate point of time that we're in. Having oil prices higher again reminds us of the market risk, which is something that the president of BlackRock is talking about. You see the commentary from Rob Capito says investors may be underestimating the risks stemming from the war in Iran. Likely to weigh on growth, drive inflation higher. He says growth could be hit by as much as 2 percentage points, while inflation may rise by a similar margin, even if the war ends shortly. He's talking at the Asia Pacific Financial and Innovation Symposium in Melbourne. He says oil may spike to $150 a barrel, even if we announce tomorrow that the war is over. And whether he's talking about oil in New York, currently just south of 95, or Brent already at almost $109 a barrel with a near 7% increase today, either way, it's not a good situation, nor is the closure of DHS. People are waiting in lines for 4.5 hours, depending on the airport here, unless, of course, strangely, you're in Washington, sailing right through. No ice there either. We do still have National Guard here in the District of Columbia. I bumped into a couple of guardsmen when I was walking from the car to the office today. But look, the idea of a deal to reopen DHS appears to have crashed into the rocks here just days after it was implied the president was on board. He mentioned this earlier in the cabinet meeting, his feelings about Democrats and the role they're playing in this debate. Listen.
They're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. And we're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures.
Drastic measures. We don't know what that means on day 40 of DHS being closed, but maybe our panel has a better imagination than I do. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis is with us, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, joined today by Laura Fink, Democratic strategist, founder, CEO, Rebel Communications. It's great to see you both here. Rick, what do you think the president's talking about?
You know, it's hard to tell. There's no question that there's kind of a scrambled egg going on Capitol Hill with where we thought we were only 24 hours ago as far as getting a deal for DHS spending. And they don't even seem that far away. There are only a couple of issues that the Democrats are claiming they haven't been satisfied on as regulatory effects on ICE. And Republicans pushing back saying, well, if we get a deal on these kind of ICE controls, why wouldn't we pass the ICE funding at the same time, which actually is pretty logical. Why wait? So it's almost like a big step back to maybe get a step forward. But as I said yesterday, the clock's ticking. You know, the House goes out on Monday and the Senate goes out at the end of the week. That is not a lot of time to get something passed through the Senate and then agreed upon in the House to be a bill that the president signs. Are we going to be in another position where we're going to have to call the House back after they've already gone on Easter break?
Laura, it's a scrambled egg on Capitol Hill, as only Rick Davis could say. What do you make of the president's remarks here? They need to end the shutdown immediately, or we're going to have to take some very drastic measures. What would those measures be?
Well, I mean, if it's a scrambled egg, then the head chef is President Trump, and then his sous chefs are all the Republicans in the Senate. They have control over all of this, the entirety of the negotiation. And the Democrats have been at the table and willing to move on things. And in fact, they cooked up a deal over and over again. And at various points, President Trump has simply said absolutely not. So this really is in his hands. And it remains to be seen whether or not he's using this so that he can, as he's mentioned, send National Guard troops into the airports. I know, you know, he really does like to leverage that power, sending them into cities, now sending them into airports, using the ICE officials to go into airports and sort of stand near the TSA terminals where people are waiting for hours. All of this is in the kitchen of Republicans. And, you know, I wish that Democrats had more power to cut a deal here, but they're not running the show.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Rick, I don't know if you heard our conversation with Patrick McHenry, but I was struck by some of the language in the tip sheets this morning. Look no further than the playbook, talking about an overwhelming sense of frustration and despair. I just want to go home, said one Republican senator. What does that tell you? First of all, is it accurate with what you're hearing from your colleagues on the Hill? And what does that tell you about where we are in this negotiation?
First of all, I do think it's typical. You don't see this many historic numbers of retirements in both the House and the Senate, or people trying to move on to other jobs. Congress used to be a real perk to get elected there and serve, you know, the people in the nation's capital. Now it's almost like putting the yoke on and having to do the back 40 before lunch. People are really frustrated. This is a House of Representatives that has passed less legislation than any previous House of Representatives in their first year, you know, is in decades. So everybody up there knows they're not getting the job done. They're tired of the shutdowns. They're tired of the arguments. They're tired of not being able to pass legislation. There are so many other things that these senators I know want to do, and they can't do it because it's just in a logjam. And so I think that could be a breakthrough moment. But again, as Laura says, you could get a bill out of the Senate right now and either rejected by the House or not signed by the president. So it's more than just a group of senators and congressmen that need to come together. It's those chambers and the president all at the same time. And it's very hard to see that happening in the next couple of days.
Well, there you go. If you're planning on flying the next couple of days, there you have the news. The president's perplexed with Democrats. He's perplexed with media coverage of this war, and I think he sees them as the same group of people. Rick and Laura, listen to what the president said about the current state of negotiations after he made clear he's not desperate for a deal. They're begging, we're winning, and they're in fact providing gifts. Remember he talked about the present the other day that Iran had provided? This is what he was talking about. He explained it earlier. Listen.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, They then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right, I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
You taunted the press with that one, and we were all wondering what it was. There was a thought that it was a cargo ship, an oil tanker that went through the strait. Now, apparently it was 10, but it's not helping oil prices, right? Brent's up 6%, 108. WTI's up 5%, just shy of $95 a barrel here. The president, Laura Fink, said that he thought oil prices would actually go higher when they made the calculation to begin striking Iran. What do you make of this idea that the Iranians are now gifting us somehow Pakistani-flagged oil vessels?
Well, you know, what I see is $14 billion going into the bank accounts of the Iranians who we are at war with. And I see it, you know, President Trump seems, I believe him when he says he thought oil prices would go higher. He seems surprised at a lot of the reactions of the Iranians. He seems surprised that they won't come to the table, surprised that our allies are not with us, surprised that the Strait of Hormuz is even at issue. And so the question is, does all that surprise add up to something like unpreparedness? And that's where we are left. Right now, the Iranians don't trust us because we bombed them 2 times when we were at the negotiating table with them. And so it really leaves us with few options. And we know that President Trump is ratcheting up the rhetoric, sending in 2,200 troops from my hometown alone on the USS Boxer, and preparing for what I think everyone can agree is not a great outcome, having ground troops or additional American lives put at risk. So we are really at a critical point, and it is unclear what is going to happen.
Rick, what did you make of the messaging today from the president? He seemed like he just wanted to keep talking here to refute the reporting that has been in mainstream media. He pointed specifically to the Wall Street Journal on a couple of occasions that had reported today he was looking for a quick end to this war. That, of course, I think would be a good thing, right, for members of Congress who are watching all of this and the American people. He doesn't, however, want it to look like he's desperate. Is that what we learned today?
It's hard to tell what's a negotiating tactic with Donald Trump and what's like his true feelings. And we've seen this play out over and over again on trade deals and on negotiations with Congress and even playing the ref with the Supreme Court, which he took a couple shots at today at the cabinet meeting too. So it's hard to unravel that. I would say part of what I think he's trying to play into is trying to keep the Republicans on board with him. As we heard from the briefings today on Capitol Hill, people came out pretty frustrated that they weren't really getting told the whole story. Yeah. And I think part of what's emerging within the party is this, sort of binary outcome. Either Trump's going to get his job done and actually heal the Iranians to being a productive country in the world, like what he did with Venezuela. And then it's a home run, right? Everybody goes out and says, hey, it worked again. Amazing. The world's a different place now. Price of oil will come down. But if it doesn't work, the other side of that binary outcome is that we have a disaster on our hands. We have a quagmire. We have ground troops. And it destroys the Republicans' chance of really competing in the 2026 elections, but also probably in the 2028 elections. And so the stakes could not be higher for people who are Republican elected officials all the way up and down the ballot, all relying on Donald Trump and the hope that he gets this right.
And we are absolutely hearing that anxiety when Mike Rogers, the chair of the Armed Services Committee, in the House says, we want to know more about what's going on. We're just not getting enough answers following a classified briefing. That gives you a sense of where we are. Great panel. Many thanks. Rick Davis and Laura Fink will be back in our second hour with much more to talk about here on Balance of Power, live from Washington. I mentioned the cherry blossoms when Patrick McHenry was here. They're going to be peaking, in Washington the next couple of days. There's tourists everywhere going around the tidal basin. And I'll tell you, if you're starting to get down on the news, take heart. They've cloned Stumpy, successfully cloned Stumpy. Have you not heard about this? Where's Nathan Dean when you need him? The National Arboretum out with a statement saying the beloved cherry blossom tree felled 2 years ago in the capital has seen its clones flower for the first time this spring in what federal officials are describing as a pinnacle achievement. If there's a second life for Stumpy, I think we all have a chance. We'll be back in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience. Kaylee Lyons will join us. Do we have lines out to Stumpy? I think this is part of the program today by the time we're done. And we're going to have an important conversation. I hope you'll be with us with Senator Ted Budd, the Republican from North Carolina, and Republican as well here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
President Trump says they're begging for a deal. Welcome to the Thursday edition with fresh remarks from the commander-in-chief in his first wartime cabinet meeting. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We thank you for joining us. Steve Witkoff, Kaylee, confirming that he did present a 15-point peace plan to Iran, and we now have their response to chew on.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem the president is necessarily thrilled with that if he knows what that response looks like, as he says he doesn't know if the U.S. is willing to work on a deal with Iran, that he is, in his words, the opposite of desperate, as he also was heralding the idea that there's more targets he would like to hit before leaving Iran.
They went over an hour and a half, talked as much about Iran, I guess, as they did the Department of Homeland Security, which remains closed now on day 40 of our partial government shutdown. But really interesting, as a number of Republican lawmakers, including the chair of the Armed Services Committee in the Senate, as well as his counterpart in the House, complain about a lack of details from a classified briefing they received yesterday. And it's interesting, the White House came out swinging this morning, but we didn't fill in too many blanks.
Yeah, and perhaps some of that is by design, as President Trump, when asked during the cabinet meeting, for example, if the U.S. was going to go in and seize the enriched uranium, he said, why would I tell you that? Yeah, I'm going in at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Right. The idea being, of course, that you can't declare all of these things publicly, including when it comes to putting actual troops on the ground. But if you're not telling the members of Congress who actually do have the authorization to be briefed on these things, and in theory would be the one authorizing you to do them in the first place, that's where it gets a little tricky.
Well, particularly if you're about to ask them for $200 billion in a supplemental, which we still don't know. It hasn't happened yet. That's the report. Ted Budd, by the way, the Republican senator from North Carolina, is going to join us in a couple of moments to give us his reaction to all of what is a long-running conversation. We'll hear from the other side of the aisle, too.
Yeah, Congresswoman Susan DelBene, who runs the DCCC, will join us later on as well on what this means for the midterms. But let's focus right now on what all of this means for the markets, because it's another wild trading day in oil and beyond. So for that, we turn to Amy Morris here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylee, and you said it, shifting views on how long the war in Iran could last sent stock, bond, and oil markets to another session of big swings. Losses in equities accelerating after the president said he would not commit to a deal to end the conflict. WTI now nearing $95 a barrel. Brent crude topping $108 a barrel. We do check these markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is down 1%. That is 66 points. NASDAQ down 1.4% or 315 points. And the Dow down 0.6%, about 289 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.4% and the 2-year yield at 3.96%. Bitcoin is down 2.8%. It's around $68,900. Memory chip stocks extended their losses after Google publicized research that could allow more efficient use of the storage needed for AI development. U.S. insurers Equitable Holdings and Corebridge Financial set to merge in an all-stock deal, valuing that combined business at $22 billion. Wave Life Sciences shares fell after a single higher dose shot of its weight loss drug did not meet investor expectations for reducing visceral fat. Shares of Wave Life Sciences now down 54%. Amazon offering $1,000 prizes for its delivery drivers who share stories about why they love their jobs. In a My Why competition, it's for drivers employed by Delivery Service Partners, a network of small businesses that Amazon contracts with to manage those delivery workers. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Checking on the markets for us, and we're keeping an eye closely on the bond market as well, as we've seen a series of weak auctions, 2-year notes and 5-year notes over the course of Tuesday and Wednesday, and now today, Thursday, we just saw a weak 7-year note auction as well, drawing 4.255% compared to the 4.247% yield pre-sale. So that's something to keep an eye on, as well as the appetite for U.S. government debt at a time when there are real concerns out there, of course, about potential inflationary risks stemming from the conflict in the Middle East. And while the president did try to downplay that today, as did the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in a televised cabinet meeting, the idea that the U.S. does not need the Strait of Hormuz, that energy prices will be going lower soon, depending, of course, on what happens, I suppose, in the Strait and who all is going to get involved in it, as the president, of course, has called on Gulf allies as well as NATO allies to help secure that vital waterway. And he spoke of those NATO allies in the meeting. Take a listen.
One thing, we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours.
So just imagine the conversation at the G7 meeting that is getting underway in Paris. And I'm glad to say Bloomberg's Europe correspondent Oliver Crook is there and reporting on our behalf here on Balance of Power. We want to bring Oliver in live now from Vaux de Cernay. Oliver, what are you hearing about this military action against Iran and the president's remarks about our NATO allies.
Yeah, so what's remarkable is in sort of ordinary times, a G7 meeting would be the venue in which the United States might consult allies potentially before an invasion of a major country, potentially after an invasion. There would be discussions about strategic petroleum reserves that are sort of organized across these G7 countries. But as we know, these are not really ordinary times. I've been speaking to a number of people, including the highest diplomat from the European Union. She's awaiting Marco Rubio's arrival tomorrow to, again, be on this sort of fact-finding mission that I think everybody in Europe is on, to try to establish what the U.S. war aims are, where they see things going, and also specifically what kind of support they're seeking from allies. I also spoke to the Canadian foreign minister, also a NATO member, about their potential appetite of entering in some way in this conflict, whether it's easing the waterways, if there's an attack, say, on some of the Gulf allies. Is that something the Canadians are willing to step in on? And the realistic situation for the Canadians and many others is this is not the moment, this is not our war. That being said, we do know from the NATO Secretary Mark Rutte that there have been conversations about building a so-called coalition of the willing. Apparently 30 or so countries are already in discussions about this, of potentially getting involved in the day after in order to help ease the sort of naval vessels going through the Straits of Hormuz. But right here, you know, there's no appetite to really get fully involved, and really for them, they're going to try to A, get a sort of fact-finding mission from Marco Rubio to establish what the U.S. aims are, and B, try to keep him on side in Ukraine.
All right, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook live at the G7 foreign ministers meeting in France. Thank you so much for joining us. And we want to go live now to Capitol Hill, where we're joined by Republican Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina, who, of course, sits on the Senate Intelligence and Armed Services Committees. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio, Senator. We appreciate your time. Your chairman on the Armed Services Committee, Senator Roger Wicker, as well as the chair on the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers, have both expressed in recent days some frustration about understanding from the administration what exactly the options are they are considering when it comes to putting further troops into the Middle East right now. Of course, you had Rogers saying that essentially the briefing that he received yesterday didn't answer lawmakers' questions around this. I understand that you need to have some ambiguity in public, that there is much the president doesn't want to reveal through the news media, for example, but does the administration not have an obligation to tell you exactly what it's considering?
Oh, they do, and that's why we're Article 1 in the Constitution. Article 2, the president and the administration are supposed to work with us on such matters. If they're going to come to us for a supplemental, they need to be letting us know about these things. And this is a classified setting. But I'll also say, in defense of the administration, you have to have a Congress that you can trust. When we go into those classified settings, you see members occasionally go out and talk to the press. We want to be open with the press, but not with things that we hear in a classified setting. So the administration needs to make sure that they can trust Congress, and individual elected officials need to make sure that they're keeping classified things classified. But we do need more information. The administration, the Pentagon are going to work much quicker than Congress will by design, but they need to have a good flow of information. So I understand what Chairman Wicker and Rogers are concerned about.
Well, and we don't want to put any classified information on the air, Senator, but I would ask you, are the justifications that the White House presented to the American people the same ones that you heard in that classified briefing?
In broad strokes, absolutely yes. I mean, you see the ballistic capabilities. It's known what they shot towards Diego Garcia. It's much further than we were anticipating as far as Iran's capabilities. The vastness of what they've done over the last 47 years, particularly since 2020 in the buildup in Iran. I mean, that has been all sources of terrorism tend to lead right back to Iran. We've seen Hezbollah, we've seen Hamas, what they've done. We've seen what they've done to our soldiers. We've seen their threats to our homeland. And when you take that capability with ballistic missiles that we've just recently seen and the whole world now knows about, plus their intent to enrich uranium to 90% levels, I mean, that is nuclear capability that not only could destroy Europe, it could destroy us as well. And so if you want a safer America, you need to have a defanged Iran. And that is certainly what the president's trying to do.
Well, when we consider that defanging, though, obviously the president as well as the defense secretary have heralded what they're claiming is American and Israeli air superiority over Iran. Yet the president also said today that Iran had to grant them a present of allowing 10 vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, also noting that Iran is right now charging some of those vessels in order to transit. Does that not underscore that it is actually still Iran that has complete and total authority at this time over the strait?
Well, I don't think so. When you look at our capabilities in the region, and yes, I mean, there is a geological issue when you've got a 24-mile wide strait and you've got essentially Iran that wraps around it. But when you see their geological advantage there, it pales in comparison to what we can do militarily. When you have the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit on the way, you have America's 911 force in 82nd Airborne going there, that increases our option. I think it's going to cause Iran to step back and rethink if they want to preserve any semblance of their regime. And again, we can't have the hostile part. We don't want an enemy of America. If they want to be a great country of 90 million people and good for the region, good for themselves, and not a threat to the United States, that's fine. But they need to come to the negotiating table in good faith, not this constant years-long deception that they've put forth. We have, when you go back to what Steve Witkoff has done to go over there to talk, they actually bragged about their nuclear capabilities and their enrichment. That's not the way you have a good negotiation. So I don't think they've been trustworthy partners at all in this, but we keep coming back to them. We're pausing. If the president gave them a window of time to say, come to the table, let's talk about the next phase. And if they don't, it's going to be very hard on Iran.
Yeah, there are reports today that the Pentagon, Senator, is developing options for what they're calling a final blow, and Axios lines them up to include invading or blockading Karg Island, which is something the president's talked about a lot, but also invading Larak, an island that helps Iran control the strait, and the strategic island of Abu Musa, along with a couple of smaller islands, the western entrance to the strait. If the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, would occupying these islands be enough military pressure to reopen it?
It would certainly increase it, but what we want to do is give the Pentagon, give the commander-in-chief as many options as possible to do what he needs to do to protect the American people. Because when you take their ballistic capabilities and you combine it with their enrichment goals, I mean, that is devastating to the United States, and they've chanted death to America for 47 years. So we need to give the president, we need to give the Department of War and our war fighters all the protection, all the options that they need. We pray for our troops. We're grateful for them. We don't want a prolonged war, and we want to get this thing resolved completely and decisively as quickly as possible. But we have to give the president options in order to do so.
Well, of course, your leadership in the Senate is also seeking a quick resolution on another issue, although it is one that has been protracted 40 days now, that the Department of Homeland Security has been shut down. We understand that Leader Thune has submitted what he's called a final offer to Democrats. Senator, whatever that offer looks like, are you prepared to vote for that in the name of getting TSA agents and others paid?
The Democrats have used 57,000 TSA agents in the whole of Homeland Security. At a time of concern for the defense of our homeland, the Democrats have held it hostage. It's absolutely unbelievable. We have to get this department open. We have to protect the homeland. This is critical. We've got a great secretary there in Mark Wayne Mullen, one of our colleagues here recently from the Senate. I think he'll be a great leader for that. But we have to get this open. We can't hold these people hostage. And we're not just talking about airports here and those 57,000 individuals that are walking off the job, not because they don't like their job, not because they're just mad and they deserve to be mad for what Chuck Schumer has done to them. But these are people that can't afford gas to get to work. These are people that are sleeping in their cars. These are people that they can't afford food to get them through the week so that they can get to work without being paid. This is absolutely ridiculous. We have to open this up. The American people are fed up with what Chuck Schumer's doing here. It's unbelievable what they've done. They have walked away from 2 different deals. They keep moving the goalposts. They want things like body cameras for enforcement agents. That's fine, but it was in the original deal. So look at the original deal and that they walked away from, and you'll see that we've been reasonable at every turn, and we're still continuing to be. I think the Democrats are inherently afraid of their increasingly radicalized base and their far left base, and they're worried about their own primaries. They're worried about their own elections. We're just here trying to serve the American people and be reasonable, get these departments open, keep them regularly funded, be good stewards of the American taxpayer. That's all we're trying to do here, and we're asking them to come in good faith to the negotiating table.
Senator Ted Budd, Republican from North Carolina, we thank you for the insights. Of course, Democrats are saying many of the same things about Republicans who are entering primary season, and we assembled our political panel for their take on everything that we just discussed with the senator. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist Rick Davis is with us, partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Democratic strategist Laura Fink, former, founder and CEO of Rebel Communications. Laura, I'll give you a chance to respond to that, and I'll ask you, do you think these TSA agents should be made whole once DHS someday reopens? Should they get back pay for this closure?
I mean, I think that they're legally required to get back pay. And I also think that and know that overtime pay should be paid. We should incentivize them, and we should protect them in future negotiations so that structurally they're not the ones having to go out and raise families on no dollars and deal with what I imagine to be very grumpy customers in line. So the senator is right about that. But I think what you can't deny is that when you are in charge, when you win elections, as the Republicans did in the last election cycle, you do have to take responsibility, and sometimes you've got to make concessions you don't want to make, and that's where we are. You know, we know we're not talking about what's on the table here, because if Americans heard about like what we were arguing over, it really seems like it's something that should be done by now. That's on the desk of the president and then the Republicans who are negotiating on his behalf. So as someone who has some flights coming up, I hope certainly that they resolve it, and especially for those TSA workers who work hard every day and are dealing with some real tough circumstances.
Well, and senators themselves would like to have flights coming up, Rick. They're trying to get out of here for a 2-week-long recess. How much of an incentive is that beyond the human impact of these TSA agents?
Well, as Patrick Henry said earlier, jet fumes are a great motivator, and these guys want to get out. It's an election year too. I mean, so not just a time to be with your constituents and your families around Easter. But you need to be in touch with these folks, because you're going to be on a ballot, certainly in the House and in a third of the Senate. So it's really a critical period of time, and it is a great motivator to get a deal done. And something I'd like to pick up what Laura said, just because Republicans are in charge, it gives us, Republicans, an obligation to get something done. It's not my way or the highway. It's like actually getting something signed into law. And the public knows that the Democrats don't have a vote on that. And if you look at past polling, Republicans, even when we're in a minority, get blamed for government shutdown. So there's never a good outcome for the Republicans on a ballot when you start shutting down portions of the government. And so I really don't get why there isn't a bigger crisis within the caucus to get a bill and get it done and get home.
All right, Rick Davis and Laura Fink, they will not be going home yet, as our political panel will be back with us for more later on this hour, because we have to get a view from the other side of the aisle as well after speaking with Republican Senator Ted Budd. Joe, Congresswoman Susan DelBene, the Democrat, of course, from Washington, the chair of the DCCC, joins us next. Yep. I'm sure she wants to weigh in on what all this means for the midterm.
I suspect she does. This is the woman who is responsible for getting Democrats elected to the House. If they take control of the House, it'll be largely due to the work that she's up to right now, and she'll be with us live from Capitol Hill straight ahead here on Balance of Power. It's the Thursday edition. DHS still closed. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. WTI now closing in on $95 per barrel. Brent crude nearly $108 per barrel. S&P 500 is down 1.2%. That's down 81 points. NASDAQ is down 366 points. That's 1.6%. And the Dow is down 0.8% or 387 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.4% and the 2-year yield at 3.96%. And Bitcoin is down 2.8%, around $68,000. Hims & Hers Health has introduced a weight loss membership starting at $39 for the first month and $149 each month thereafter. Membership includes support services, access to providers, and nutrition guidance. The medication costs are separate. Hims & Hers says it's making Novo Nordisk's FDA-approved GLP-1 medications available, including Wegovy injections, pills, and Ozempic pens for type 2 diabetes. Shares of Hims & Hers now 1.5% lower. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right. Thanks so much, Amy Morris. We'll have more on the markets in about 20 minutes' time as we keep tabs on Wall Street here with so much information from Washington driving the financial markets here, beginning, of course, with energy, but also when it comes to interest rates and the stock market, it's hard to remove the two. We just had an interesting conversation with Senator Ted Budd, the Republican from North Carolina, on what is now day 40 of this partial government shutdown. When I say that, I'm, of course, referring to the Department of Homeland Security. There have been on-again, off-again talks, if I can characterize it that way, this week about reopening DHS. There was the prospect 48 hours ago, in fact, of a piece of legislation that would fund all of DHS without funding ICE, knowing that it has a lot of money from the president's big, beautiful bill. But that seems to have crashed into the rocks. And when we talked to Senator Budd about why, knowing Democrats would like further reforms when it comes to ICE, he said, I think the Democrats are inherently afraid of their increasingly radicalized base, worried about their own primaries and elections. We're just trying to serve the American people. So we thought we would talk to the member of Congress who was responsible for getting Democrats elected in this midterm cycle. That would be Susan DelBene, Democrat from Washington. She is chair of the House Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. And Congresswoman, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. How would you respond to Senator Budd?
I'd respond to Senator Budd that he should probably listen to the American people. If you listen to the American people, two things are very true. One, they want to make sure that TSA workers are paid. They're struggling because they haven't been paid in so long. These are people doing important work for our communities. Making sure that we fund the Coast Guard and FEMA. We have legislation that could be passed right now to fund the parts of Homeland Security that we all agree on, things like TSA and FEMA and Coast Guard. That could be done right away while we continue to talk about the need for reforms for ICE. Look at what's happened across the country, violence in communities, 2 Americans killed because of the violence that we have seen from ICE agents. People want to see reforms across the country, are demanding reforms. If Republicans were listening to people, they would understand that and come to the table. But right now, there's a very straightforward solution. Rosa DeLauro has a bill to make sure that we fund the parts of Homeland Security that we agree on, and then we continue to make sure
it is that Chuck Schumer may be able to negotiate?
Well, look what's happened to the House. We have a piece of legislation. We have something called the discharge petition to force a vote on the floor since Republicans won't put the bill on the floor. Again, just fund all the other parts of ICE like TSA, or fund the other parts of Homeland Security like TSA, and then make sure that we continue to negotiate on ICE. That's a very straightforward solution. Strong support. Republicans, I don't think they know what they want to do, but I think Senator Kennedy on the Republican side was clear that he thought the problem was Donald Trump.
Well, Donald Trump was speaking last evening, as a matter of fact, at a fundraiser. This is the NRCC's March dinner, which brought in tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, if we can have those comments. Congresswoman, I'd love for you to hear what he said, and we'll have you respond. Listen.
Well, we have a hot party. We have a very hot party. With your help this November, we'll defeat the radical left Democrats, and we'll win a midterm victory like our country has never seen for whatever reason. I don't know what it is, but a president who wins, Republican or Democrat, almost always does poorly in the midterms. Nobody knows why, even if it's a successful presidency.
I don't know if he's projecting, Madam Chair, but there are questions about the money race and the extent to which Republicans have been outraising Democrats. How concerned are you or not about that in this midterm cycle?
Well, the American people are with us. We've seen that across the country. We've seen that in special elections across the country where Democrats are overperforming, flipping seats across the country, including that state legislative race. Donald Trump's, where Mar-a-Lago is located, flipping from Republican to Democrat by a wide margin. Folks are angry because Republicans have broken promise after promise. They promised to lower costs on day one, a big broken promise. Promised to only go after the worst of the worst when it came to immigration, a big broken promise. Promised no forever wars, and now we have a president with no plan entering a war in the Middle East, and he still hasn't articulated what his plan or objectives are. So people are angry all across the country. We have had strong support, and the American people want folks who are going to stand up for them, who aren't just going to be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. We also have great candidates who see what's happening on the ground, who want to run, and folks with incredible backgrounds, veterans and farmers, small business owners, mayors and ministers, all who are going to help us take back the House in November.
Well, Congresswoman, I'm glad you raised that legislative district in Florida, home to Mar-a-Lago, a Democrat winning it after Trump carried it by 11 points in 2024. There's been murmurs today among Florida Republicans on the idea that the redistricting push that the state Republicans are making may be a more risky proposition now, given the results that we saw. Does it make you rethink how that map may be more advantageous to Democrats than previously thought?
Well, we have 44 districts where we are on offense across the country, all across the country, including in places like Texas, because people are outraged and because in special elections, in congressional special elections since November of 2024, Democrats are running 17 points ahead. So when you look at the districts out there where we have opportunities, they're all over, from Texas to Iowa to Arizona to Michigan and Pennsylvania, because people are outraged from the actions of this president and Republicans in Congress. So absolutely we have opportunities. We have great candidates who are authentic and independent-minded. And people want folks who are going to stand up for them, not just be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. And this Republican Congress has done nothing but wait for Donald Trump to tell them what to do.
Got to ask you quickly, Congresswoman, I'm almost out of time, but I'm just struck by gas prices in states like yours around the country. We have a national average today of $3.98, which is obviously a big problem, especially if you're not getting paid at TSA. In your state of Washington, it is $5.30, which means half of your constituents are paying more than that. This is just an average. How long can your state pay that much money to fill the tank?
Well, remember, folks are struggling already. Working families saw costs skyrocket because of actions from Trump, with tariffs, costs of housing, food, healthcare costs going up because of Republican actions. So folks were already struggling. Now you add this on top, all directly the result of decisions made by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress. We know number one issue across the country is affordability, and we're going to stand up and fight for working families, unlike Republicans who seem to not care.
All right, Congresswoman, we appreciate you joining us. Democratic Congresswoman Susan DelBene of Washington, the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, with us live from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Of course, when we consider what is driving gas prices higher, in large part, it is the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran in the Middle East, which President Trump, during a cabinet meeting today, said once again he actually thought would drive energy prices even higher. he continues to contend he thought it would be worse than it is. And on that messaging, we turn back to our political panel. Rick Davis, partner at Stonecourt Capital and Republican strategist, alongside Laura Fink, Democratic strategist and founder and CEO of Rebel Communications. Rick, I wonder what you make of the president repeatedly saying this, that actually he thought it was going to be way more bad than it is when we're looking at gas prices that we haven't seen this high in some time. Is that what you want to be telling the American people right now?
Well, it's a device he's used in the past, as far as impact on tariffs and things like that, where, look, they've gone way up, almost a full dollar to most Americans. Oh, don't worry, that's not so bad. It could have been so much worse. And so he can't actually speak to lowering those gas prices. And of course, for a year, all he talked about was how he has lowered gas prices. So I can see how this is the best possible way to address the issue without actually addressing the issue. So he's built kind of a trap for himself after spending a year talking about how he's reduced the price of gas. Now he can claim that it's not as bad as you think it would have been. And I mean, it's not where you want to be politically, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, isn't that right? Laura, did you hear what Susan Del Bene said? 44 seats, I believe she said they are playing offense. I know that Democrats have history on their side in this midterm cycle, but is the party, certainly at least on the House side, getting a bit over its skis?
Well, it's an embarrassment of riches in terms of the number of districts that are in play, which has a lot to do with the energy on the Democratic side and the real lack thereof on the Republican side. We see that, Republican voters are not enthused for all the reasons that Rick is suggesting. And Donald Trump does not seem to be really paying attention to his base. He has a very loyal base, but also there are people who he has swung in previous elections that he needs to hold on to make up for that traditional slide in the midterms. But I think not only is the wind at Democrats' back, but they also seem prepared. Although I will say, I do think she might need to get out there and start making that money competition a little more even, because the more districts you have, the more you have to spend in order to ensure that your candidates get across the finish line. But you heard her on message talking about affordability, talking about the impact in the districts. And you also heard her talk about the quality of the candidates. I think people are really stepping forward. We saw that with the first-time candidate in the Florida race. And then again, in the special elections, that we really have incredibly strong, diverse candidates who are really from and built by the districts that they're running in. So that will be the secret to their success if the Democrats are able to pull it off come fall. And Republicans have a lot to contend with. And President Trump, with the war in Iran and many of his other moves, is not helping them.
Really great panel. Rick Davis and Laura Fink, we thank you both so much for the insights. This has been a very productive half hour, as a matter of fact, Kaylee. I love this when we have a chance to talk with members from both sides of the aisle, distill it with the panel here, and it really gives us a sense of the uncertainty here that's being reflected in the markets.
Yeah, and of course, much of that uncertainty right now is centered on what's going to happen in the Middle East. Is there a path for diplomacy, or is the U.S. going to strike Iran even harder, as the president has suggested? We're going to get into that next with Admiral John Kirby, of course, who used to be the White House communications advisor at the National Security Council in the Biden administration. So that's ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. This just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Stanford's medical school is facing a Justice Department probe over its admissions policy. That's according to the New York Times, which says Ohio State and the University of California, San Diego are also facing federal probes over their admissions policies. The S&P 500 fell about 1% after President Trump said he would not commit to a deal to end the conflict with Iran. Oil was volatile amid mixed signals from the president. Brent rising nearly 6%, now topping $108 per barrel. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 down 1.25%. NASDAQ down 1.75%. The Dow is down 0.8%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.4%. The 2-year yield at 3.96%. And Bitcoin is down 2.8%, around $68,000. The trading arm of French oil major Total Energies embarked on one of the biggest ever buying sprees of Middle Eastern oil this month, helping to send prices soaring in a market that's already facing a liquidity squeeze because of the war. The scale of the total purchases was unprecedented and added to upward pressure and sharp price moves at a time when the war has already upended the Dubai crude market. And the Federal Reserve has asked a judge to stand firm in his decision to dismiss 2 Justice Department subpoenas seeking information about building renovation costs overruns tied to the administration's legal fight with Fed Chair Jay Powell. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now we return to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. She'll be back in about 20 minutes' time with our next update on the markets here as we kick off Bloomberg Business Week daily at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So we're back in this same world. Stocks and gold down, oil and interest rates up, with great concern about what might happen next in the Middle East. And ahead of our conversation with retired Admiral John Kirby, and it's one that we've been really looking forward to, I'll just bring you back to the cabinet meeting with President Trump. So many questions, so few answers, and mixed messages when it comes to the potential for negotiating a deal. The president's saying they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They're begging to work out a deal. He went on to say, I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. Yet at the same time, he talked about the so-called present that he was given by Iran. He teased reporters with this a couple of days ago and actually identified what that present was today. Listen.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there, we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right, I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
So when we considered the Strait of Hormuz and this conflict, we will speak now, as Joe said, with someone who is not only experienced, having naval experience in this theater, but also experienced in communicating around armed conflict and national security. Retired Rear Admiral John Kirby is with us, of course, the former White House National Security Communications Advisor in the Biden administration. Thank you so much for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Admiral, obviously you know this area well. If Iran is giving us gifts of allowing vessels to pass through the strait, if they're charging others some $2 million in order to do so, one could argue that is Iran being able to continually exercise control over this waterway. Is the U.S. Navy alone able to wrestle that control back? What would it take?
It would take more than the U.S. Navy. I did convoy escort operations back in the 80s when President Reagan sent us there to do exactly this same thing, make sure that the oil traffic could flow in and out safely. And we didn't do it alone back then, and I really don't think the U.S. Navy wants to or can do it alone today. Now, obviously, we're the most powerful Navy in the world. We have a lot of capabilities, and certainly our destroyers can conduct these kinds of convoy escorts, but it's dangerous, it's slow, it's time-consuming, it's resource-intensive, and it's going to require a lot more ships than the U.S. Navy is going to be able to afford to that mission. It could take, just to get through the strait itself, that's a good half a day transit. But depending on how long the route is, where you're picking the convoy up and where you're dropping it off, I mean, it could take days to a week. And with the traffic shut down the way it's been the last few weeks, it's going to take a while before confidence can be grown enough in the shipping industry to get back to anything near the semblance of traffic that was going through before this conflict started.
Well, this is incredibly helpful, Admiral. It's great to see you. It's been a long time since we've heard from you here on Bloomberg, and so I'd like to hear a little bit more based on your experience of what it would take to reopen the strait militarily, because it's been suggested that we would need to have a full-blown, stand up a full-blown no-fly zone to help protect the naval vessels who would be escorting ships. The president has talked about volume, that he needed the help of our NATO allies, which he now says he never needed, to be able to create the scale. Is that correct? Is that the approach the administration should be taking?
Yes, and I was glad to hear the president when he did talk about the need for allies and partners to chip in. I think he was 100% right on that. And back to the origin of your question is, because it's not just about convoys. It's not just about a man-on-man kind of defense, putting ships with oil tankers. It's about ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You have to have eyes on over that strait 24/7 so that you can see anything the Iranians might or might not be doing. You need good, and that requires, again, a lot of resources from the air. You're certainly going to need seaborne assets, and you need to worry about not just the mines. It's not just floating mines that the Iranians could put in the water or even seabed mines. It's their drones. I'm mostly concerned about the drones, air drones and sea drones. Sea drones can attack by stealth. Air drones can be very, very hard to knock down. They're very slow moving, but they fly close to the level of the water. They can be hard to knock out of the sky, and all it takes is one of those things, whether it's a missile, a drone, air or seaborne, and of course a mine, to get through to shut down traffic for potentially weeks. So it's a very difficult thing to defend against, and it would require an awful lot of assets and an awful lot of time.
How would 2 Marine Expeditionary Units and thousands of troops from the 82nd Airborne contribute to a mission like this or another mission, Admiral? What exactly do you think we could be getting ready for as we position these thousands of other American service members into this theater?
Difficult to know, of course, what the administration is planning, but if we're just going to talk about the strait, the Marines could be helpful if you wanted to go after a couple of the small islands that bound the strait, which are in Iranian control and therefore could be used by the Iranians as bases to launch drones or even small boat attacks. So you could put the Marines on those islands and help, again, restore a little bit of confidence in the shipping industry that you got eyes on, that you got a presence, and that you have the ability to defeat Iranian threats. There's also talk, I know, about maybe using the Marines to assault Karg Island, which is that island way up in the north of the Gulf, right off the coast of Iran, about 15, 16 miles off the coast, that they use for infrastructure. That's kind of their report of departure and embarkation for all the oil that comes out of the Gulf. And so there's been talk about maybe the Marines taking that over. That is a much taller order. It's a bigger island, and I suspect that the Iranians are going to want to defend it. In fact, I saw press reports today that they're already fortifying Karg Island in anticipation of some kind of amphibious assault. And then, of course, there's always the other option here, which when you have the 82nd Airborne coming, it certainly you can't ignore it as an option, is the potential to put U.S. Troops on the ground in mainland Iran, in the area around the strait, sort of southern Iran, to try to prevent the Iranians from using their coastal facilities to attack ships in the strait. That is a much, much taller order for the U.S. military and would require an awful lot of planning, organization, coordination, and, of course, time. And, of course, it's very risky indeed.
Yeah, I don't know if these are in some of the documents, the classified documents that the president had at Mar-a-Lago that mapped out Iran battle plans, Admiral, but we are seeing reports today that the Pentagon is developing options for what they're calling a final blow, and occupying Karg Island is one of them, as well as invading Larak, if I'm pronouncing it right, the island that helps Iran keep control of the Strait of Hormuz, and seizing the island of Abu Musa to that same extent. Are these battle plans that you have seen for years? Are these options that the Pentagon has been looking at for other administrations as well?
Well, I won't get into the details of operational planning or what I was cognizant of when I was in the uniform, but I can tell you that the U.S. military has long been looking at threats to the Strait by Iran and coming up with contingency plans for how to deal with those threats. I have no doubt that after I left service, the U.S. military and Central Command continued to refine those plans and those contingency operations. I'll leave it to the planners to speak about what they're thinking or what they may not be able to do. I would just tell you that if you're going to introduce ground troops, and that certainly appears to be an option the president has not eschewed, there is a whole new level of risk here, and quite frankly, a whole new level of potential escalation of the war. Once you insert troops on the ground, then you're in a different kind of fight than we are right now.
Well, of course, the president hasn't ruled that out entirely. And to your point about there being some things that you are not able to communicate publicly, obviously things can be classified for a reason, and strategic ambiguity can be a real strategy. But I wonder if you see the administration as kind of straddling the line of not having credibility either, as they seem to, President Trump or the Secretary of State, the Defense Secretary, others aren't necessarily sending a consistent message as to what it is we are not only trying to do, but what it is we're willing to do to get there.
It's an interesting question. And I think I spent a lot of my time focusing on the Pentagon briefings. I wish they did more. I wish they had more traditional media in the briefing room. But when you listen to General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, talk, or when you watch the videos by Admiral Cooper, the Central Command commander, you do get a clearer sense of what they believe their military objectives are, what they've been ordered by the commander-in-chief to do. And it's pretty simple. They're pretty limited objectives. But then when you listen to the political messaging, it does tend to be all over the map. And it's very hard on any given day to, is it unconditional surrender? Is it regime change? Is it just the nuclear program? Or now, we're talking about maybe going after energy infrastructure on the ground in Iran. There's a lot of mixed messaging. This administration might contend that that's good, that is strategic ambiguity, that confuses the Iranians. But if you are, in fact, in the middle of negotiations, if you are trying to end this diplomatically, then clarity and concision in message is absolutely vital, not just for the public that's paying attention like you and I are, but for the Iranians, for your enemy, and for your allies, Israel. And it's not clear to me that the Israelis share the same strategic objectives as the United States in here. And they get a vote in how and whether this war ends. So clarity and concision and simplicity in the message as you approach negotiations is absolutely vital. And I would hope that we'd be able to see a little bit more of that than we have in the last couple of days.
Admiral, you, of course, were appointed Pentagon Press Secretary by Chuck Hagel when he was the Defense Secretary. So you know what it's like to stand up in front of that room and manage a press corps in a very sensitive environment here. And I'm curious what you make of the posture that this Pentagon has taken when it comes to journalists. Of course, we just saw a recent court ruling in favor of a lawsuit brought by the New York Times that struck down the administration's decision to curtail the activities of reporters. And in response to that ruling, the Pentagon says it's going to be kicking reporters out of the building altogether. They'll build an annex, some sort of outhouse on the property where reporters will purportedly be allowed to work, although they still won't be allowed to solicit information, even if it is not deemed classified. Is this all good for the country?
I think it's not only not good for the country, it's not good for the Pentagon. It's not good for Mr. Hegseth and his leadership and for what they're trying to communicate about the war effort. So I really hope that they revisit these policies and begin to allow more briefings to occur and more media to be in the briefing room for them. And to have the press back in the building, I think, is important. Look, when you're talking about issues of life and death, war and peace, when you're talking about the U.S. military and the billions of dollars the American people are spending on their national defense and the literally millions of sons and daughters who are in uniform, the Pentagon has an obligation. It's not a privilege. It's not an opportunity. It's an obligation to explain what they're doing with those tax dollars and with those young men and women in uniform and how they're using those resources to keep the country safe. It's an absolutely sacred obligation. And I always looked at it that way from the podium. So did Secretary Hagel when I worked for him, Secretary Austin when I worked for him, that we had an obligation to get up there and explain ourselves. The other thing I would say about access to the press and having the Pentagon press there with you all day long, and they were with me all day long, is it makes you a better spokesman. It makes you a better policy leader because you get to hear what they're hearing from their sources. You get to understand what stories they're working on. You get an opportunity to maybe shape their thinking about those stories. And I think you also quite critically, get a chance to make better policy. Because there's nothing better for policy than to throw it open to the scrutiny of an independent press every day and let them poke holes in it. Let them ask the tough questions. You can actually, if you're wise and you're humble, as Secretary Hagel and Austin were, you'll change your mind from time to time.
Spoken by someone who's been there. Admiral, it's great to see you. We'd like to stay in touch with you as this entire story progresses. John Kirby, retired Rear Admiral, former White House National Security Comms Advisor, and a fascinating conversation you're only going to hear today on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We'll meet you on the late edition of Balance of Power. It starts 5 p.m. Eastern, only here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, across Bloomberg platforms. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. It is Thursday, March 26, and we've got stocks down. Oil prices are higher as a ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran seem out of reach, at least for the moment, based on President Trump's remarks at a cabinet meeting earlier today.
They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that.
That, of course, was President Trump earlier from the White House. We'll have more on the trade for you in just a moment. But ahead this hour, once again, Tim, our focus is the war.
Yeah, we're going to have an update on the war on a day, as Carol mentioned, when stocks are lower and energy prices are once again higher. Brent above $100 a barrel. In fact, close to $109 a barrel, up 6.5%. WTI, the U.S. benchmark, up to $95 a barrel.
All right, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how to invest through the war, how investment managers are thinking about the current moment and also the outlook for 2026. I'm almost wondering, do we write off 2026 already because of what's been going on? Plus, tech titans to advise the president on AI and science-related issues. We're going to have more with White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs.
Also, a view on private credit from one investor. The founder of Tannenbaum Capital Group stops by. That's in just a few minutes.
And then we're going to talk about smart technology in a little bit of an unexpected place, but it's a really fascinating story. Stick around. That's later in the hour.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim, and you're absolutely right. President Trump sent some conflicting signals on the prospect that talks with Iran would bring a halt to the nearly month-long war. That did roil global energy markets. WTI jumping 5.5%, now topping $95 per barrel. Brent crude 6.5% higher, closing in on $109 per barrel. Look at the NASDAQ, down 2%, down 433 points. S&P down almost 1.5%, around 96 points. And the Dow down 447 points. That's just about 1% lower. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.41%, the 2-year yield at 3.97%, and Bitcoin down 3.4%, just about 3.5% now. It's still moving down to $68,000. Memory chip stocks extended their losses. Google publicized some research that could allow for more efficient use of the storage needed for AI development. U.S. insurers Equitable Holdings and Corbridge Financial are set to merge in an all-stock deal, valuing that business at $22 billion. Wave Life Sciences shares fell after a single higher dose shot of its weight loss drug failed to meet investor expectations for reducing visceral fat. Wave Life Sciences shares are 50% lower. Amazon offering $1,000 prizes for delivery drivers who share stories about why they love their jobs. The contest is for drivers employed by Delivery Service Partners. It's a network of small businesses that Amazon contracts with to manage their delivery workers. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Amy Morris in there for Charlie Pellet. So President Donald Trump threatening Iran with intensified military action and said he's unsure whether a diplomatic agreement can be reached with the two sides at loggerheads on how to end the near month-long war.
Yeah, Iran has rejected a U.S. ceasefire proposal. It's waiting for a response to its rejection of a U.S. 15-point plan to end the war with its own conditions for a ceasefire. Back with us for more for our daily update on the U.S. war in Iran, Bloomberg News White House and National Security Editor Michelle Jamrusco from the Bloomberg Bureau in Washington, D.C. 24 hours ago, we were talking to you about what seemed like there could be some sort of off-ramp for the president here, or at least de-escalation. After that cabinet meeting and the comments that we heard from the president today that looks increasingly unlikely, what do the next 48 hours look like in your perch from Washington?
Yeah, round and round we go, Tim. It seems like we're having the same conversation about the back and forth. I think one thing that was interesting this morning is that